No, we don't exist. We're a figment of imaginations of the viewer. Or listener. Because some people listen to this in the background. It's perfectly fine. But they know who they are.
The ones who have to work.
I will need to speak to them sternly about imagining my foot pain.
Fair.
Like, that's some detailed world building right there. At least one of them has foot pain.
Randomly.
Why? Why I want my character to have weaknesses, you see? Que pasa? There it is. Oh yeah, right. Righty. Move in. Why is it not doing the thing? Hello everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbidian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today it is going to be another episode of Blood and Honor: Steel Beneath Frost. And let us get underway. Underway. We're getting in our own way. I'm on a great streak.
That tracks.
Good evening. Seems you've all come back for more stories, haven't you? Well, let me tell you, the seasons may change, but the tension? Oh, that remains as thick as ever. Summer has passed, and the cool winds of autumn begin to creep in. But don't let that fool you. Things are heating up in the north. Hotter than a summer's bathhouse quarrel, I'll tell you. So where did we leave our dear friends, the Three Wisdoms? Well, if you remember, Takahashi is off to Ichigo, sharpening his sword and his wits against the warriors of Usuki Kenshin. But tonight our focus turns to two others, two who prefer the shadows to the front lines. Yes, the devious Kenzo Masaru and the shrewd Yeiko. Quite a pair, aren't they? One with a sword as sharp as his sense of duty, and the other with a mind that cuts deeper than any blade. Together they're heading north. They're heading south into the very heart of enemy territory, Mutsu province, where the dangerous mad dragon of Date reigns. Now don't go thinking this is a simple stroll through the countryside. Oh, no. There are spies lurking, and soldiers watching, and the walls have ears, my friends. The walls have ears. You see, Masaru and Yeiko have a dangerous mission ahead of them. They're to uncover the secrets of the Date clan, those sly foxes with their eyes on Dewa province. Date's forces are strong, but our heroes? Well, they're clever. Clever like a fox sneaking into the henhouse, only this time it's Masaru and Yeiko looking for the eggs of information. It won't be easy. Oh no, the generals of Date are no fools, and the defenses of Mutsu are tight as a miser's purse. Our heroes will need more than strength and strategy. They'll need luck, charm, and maybe even a little deceit of their own. And if they fail, well, let's just say the clash of steel may come sooner than anyone expects. So settle in, my friends, pour your tea, adjust your cushions, and listen closely as we dive into this next chapter. A tale of shadows, spies, and secret plots. Tonight, we walk in the shadow of the dragon. Let's see how our heroes fare, shall we? Stakes are high, the risks even higher, and only the gods know what truths they will uncover in the land of Date. Now, let's begin, shall we? To Mutsu province. So, we have Kenzo Masaru and the Lady Yeiko. There is the traditional path known between your two provinces, to Dewa and Mutsu. However, you do have the opportunity to use the secret mountain path to enter into Mutsu.
I
That's
say
use the secret path.
Yeah, I was going to say the other way, because that way we keep the secret path secret until we come through it when the Lord sends us to war.
That's fair. I guess it depends on whether or not we want to be open about the fact that we're entering and doing reconnaissance.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what we need to kind of figure out is how we're going in. Are we going in disguise, or are we going as ourselves?
I'd suggest going in disguise.
Okay. Ah, what was that?
That's me using the tool incorrectly. I'm trying to do this.
Oops.
Ah.
So the two of you are disguising yourselves as wanderers, as Ronin.
Does Mutsu have any temples or shrines?
It has 2 shrines.
So maybe pilgrims?
Sure.
That way we could have hit the Buddhist monastery in Dewa, and then we crossed over the pass to come down into Mutsu to visit their shrines as well.
Sounds good.
And how do you intend to transport your weapons? It is not at this time period illegal to travel with swords. That edict doesn't come in till much later. But it is expected that Bushi are the ones that walk around with weapons, and people who aren't of the warrior class aren't armed. Like monks would have like staves at most, but that's mostly for walking.
I'd openly carry a walking stick and hide a dagger amongst my clothing.
What about the proud Hatamoto?
I think I would travel as a warrior mendicant. And probably as a walking staff carry a naginata, with the sheath on the end. Because if I'm remembering right, warrior mendicants were not terribly unusual.
True. The Ikuiki had their popularity, but even outside of them, there was always the other things to worry about.
Yeah, and samurai taking religious vows and journeys and whatnot. So, is there any dishonor incurred if I leave my katana behind?
My estimation, I was thinking about this. As a Hatamoto, so long as you don't commit any violence or thievery, like any dishonorable or even easy dishonorable acts, then you're fine. Bearing your sword or not, leaving it behind or not, especially since you could leave it in the care of someone you trust or even with your brother. So long as no one steals your swords, your honor is maintained. And that honor is kind of left to your brother anyway, which he'll probably make a grand effort to keep it hidden. But the trick is you as a Hatamoto, or even Yeiko for that matter, doing something in a very shinobi stealthy way, like if you murder someone or kill someone. As a samurai, there is some honor in that, there's some glory in that, but you don't have that shield anymore. So it's a lot easier for you to be considered dishonorable, being secretive like this. But the short answer to your question is not having your sword with you is not dishonorable. You have other things you're more worried about.
A little quick and dirty. We're what, 16th century, 1500s? Roughly? Like late 1500s?
Get the exact year we're in. What are you thinking, though, while I look that up?
There was a kind of group of lay Buddhists from the warrior class called Kamuso that kind of started cropping up in this time. They were the ones who would wear the basket hats
Mm-hmm.
and play the flute, which was called the Takahashi bamboo flute, or now, which in modern times called the suizan, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And because they were warrior class, it wasn't unusual for them to be carrying swords, although generally their dress was,
Oh, it's about 1569. There we go.
okay. I'm going to note that down somewhere.
The autumn of 1569 currently.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that kind of solves the issue because, like I said, they were wandering lay monks from the warrior class. So it wouldn't be unusual for them to be carrying swords.
I believe so, yeah. It's also a way that, at least in popular culture, like movies and video games, that's also how some Ronin, if they didn't want to look like a Ronin, they'd put on like a basket and walk around. It's like, I can be armed. That's not completely weird, but
right.
It's a way to say it it's a way to appear otherwise. It also hides one's face rather neatly.
Yeah.
Okay. You're all dressed as pilgrims to one of the to the Buddhist shrine that's likely here somewhere, or to one of the two shrines.
Mm-hmm.
I believe a Buddhist risk. That's not a stat in Blood and Honor, in case I could just confused anybody.
But maybe it should be.
When you come upon the Dewa checkpoint, there will be it wouldn't be immediate. Like you'd follow the river for a while, and eventually have to get out of the canoe and out of the boat, rather, the raft, and you start walking along the road through the pass. And that particular pass is guarded by your guys to make sure if people are coming to your way, they're supposed to be coming that way. But on the other side, you see Date's men checking. Well, it's not like a super busy thing. You guys don't have a strong trade agreement of any kind. Dante has had some internal troubles, much like Kenzo did, and they had resolved that only very recently. Meanwhile, while Nobunaga's doing all his craziness out west and south. So there is but there's still a certain level of tension. And given your knowledge of the war score that's ticking up, there is a certain level of tension that isn't really being assuaged yet. But they are watching for people. For the most part, they're watching for soldiers. Right. But they're also watching for criminals or malcontents or whatever, or what have you. And as you approach, I believe a cunning risk is involved, because you are trying to give them the impression you are something other than you are. And it's cooperative, so you guys can either have one of you roll or both of you roll. As long as one of you hits 10 or higher, then you can control the privilege. At this point, I see no reason to ding you for honor. If I think you're getting close, I'll warn you first. But you guys are disguising yourself as shinobi. It's as much as a certain warrior poet was disdainful of it. It's not an unusual practice to travel incognito.
So that's what it's called.
I'm going to invoke my duty on this one.
Okay.
And also, if my dog knew my plans. The fact that I am here in this other province is a secret that I'm trying to keep hidden. So 3,
That's true. Yep.
5, and then 4. That brings me to 9. Is this opposed or flat?
It's flat, but the person who rolls more higher maintains privilege.
Okay.
Okay.
And the person who gets at least 10 but doesn't get highest gets half their wagers. Round down.
I'll roll 5, wager 4. Dang, that was a nice roll.
Nice. Okay, and I forgot. Invoke my duty, clan virtue of wisdom, because we're not walking in as ourselves and we are trying to learn something.
I think it's more virtue of cunning. You could learn this without your deceit.
Okay. Reputation of devious, which is now at 2. Yeah, and if my dog knew my plans, I think is a good one.
Yeah.
Aspect. Okay, so yeah, I'm at 10, so I think I'll do 5 and 5. Ooh, you got me.
Whoops, you grabbed 10. I threw you 5.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So pull yourself down to 2 there, Masaru, because you have the lesser privilege.
Yeah.
But yeah, Yako, you have privilege as you approach the checkpoint.
Nice. So yes, one of them I will say is we make it in undetected. Or rather, if they detect us, they think we are what we appear to be.
Okay.
They don't realize that there's more to us than is on the surface.
All right. What else, pray tell, occurs, or is some glory gained from this?
So it being autumn. One moment. Purely scenery-wise, I will say, it being autumn, the leaves are starting to change color, and the scenery is beautiful enough that it could inspire poetry or other works of art. So it's a very pleasant journey. And we're able to make the journey without discomfort or strain, would be the other thing I would say.
Anything else you wish to add to the scene? Oops.
I should have only had 2 things wagered so far.
Yeah, you did.
There.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think I'll just take a glory on this one. This is something that would be a glorious feat for a spy master to achieve.
Very good. Kenzo Masaru.
Might not be glorious for somebody who's like a bodyguard or something, but
No. Spy master, and Onwaban slipping through on such a beautiful day rather nonchalantly is quintessential.
Literally walking through in broad daylight.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first one is we cross over the border with a group of pilgrims that was making the actual turn from the Buddhist monastery in Date, and then coming this way because it is fall. So this kind of pilgrim caravan is heading back south through Mutsu to before the winter comes, in theory.
Mhm.
And this is kind of the season for these kinds of pilgrimages. It starts out, and by fall, you're up at the north of Honshu and starting to travel back down.
A reasonable thing to have happened.
Yeah, so it just kind of gives us better cover.
Thus, you and your pilgrimage pass through the pass and find yourself in the wide, in the most common valley. There is more Mutsu that way, and more of it that way, but it's deep mountains, so it's not really something
Right.
to worry too much about. But it's worth noting that this is the most populated, the more important strategic area. I won't make you take a risk for the pilgrims or keeping them in line, because you guys do sponsor a Buddhist temple in your province, so it is even if people don't know you're among them, like the head priest may just say, hey, there's these two people, they're going with you. I'm like, oh, okay, the head priest is cool with it, so we're cool with you, and they're not gonna question you too hard about what you're doing here. They have other concerns in the beyond and transcendence and so on. So there's other things they're thinking about than just what you two are doing. They will continue on. Their intention is to continue on all the way here. That's where they're trying to go.
Okay. Do we know what these things are? These villages? I'm assuming this is a shrine.
That's a village, and that's a shrine.
Okay.
Yep. So
And
this
then-
is a village. This is a village.
I see. I bet there's a key somewhere.
There is.
There's a legend.
Legend.
It's under handouts.
Ah. Sure enough.
I've been updating it as new stuff comes up.
This is also a village.
It looks like there's another shrine here.
And the castle's over here.
Yeah. So after they reach here, is the plan to head down here and hit the road eventually to head south?
Or would it be to go visit the mountain shrine?
Let me check my notes. So, their primary would be heading to the main Buddhist temple that's here. This would be likely a Shinto shrine, if they went that way. Whether or not they're going to be heading straight for the road or heading to visit the Shinto shrine as well, I think is a wisdom risk. Because I can tell you that is a Buddhist shrine, but whether or not these monks are going to head here as well, there is a risk here that is worth you wanting privilege or not. Because you can control where they're going, technically.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Because they might be going from here straight to Kozuki or to Itachi, or they might be looping back to go to Ichigo, or they could be going to here. So there's lots of places you can send them.
You want to do
virtue of
another?
controlling the narrative.
You want to do another assisted roll or whatever it's called?
Cooperative roll, they call it.
Cooperative roll, yeah.
Sure. I'll invoke the clan virtue on this one. since it's a wisdom roll.
Yep.
And I think that's it in terms of stuff that I could invoke on this one.
What about none of us is as great as all of us because we're trying to work together to accomplish a goal we both want.
Like you're both discussing them between each other, trying to figure out what they're up to. Yeah.
That makes sense. So that would bring me to 7. I don't know what it would do for you.
That puts me at 8. And then I'm going to call on my new reputation as strategist for a 9th one on the theory that I'm figuring out. Yeah, I'm developing a strategy for how we're going to, kind of secretly scope things out in the province. And
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm at 9.
Okay. I'm at 7, so I think I'll wager to roll 5.
And I'm going to wager 4 and roll 5. You are hot today.
Yeah. Yeah, the dice like me today, apparently.
Where were those
RNG
rolls
is on
on
my side.
a different day?
Yeah.
Yep. So half your privilege goes away, Kenzu, but you both maintain your wager. Sorry. And as a quick reminder, in the season action summer, you do have some of your wagers still. So like wisdom, you do have a wisdom wager, a meditation point, 2 koku, 1 prowess wager, and did we choose the blessing already? I feel like we did, didn't we?
Well, we tossed it around. I remember suggesting the one that lets you tell when somebody's lying, but we never chose.
You may want to choose that now before you get too much further. But yes, those other free wagers, that's for the entirety of the season, and that's for all 3 of you. So if you use up any wager you use up now, any of the free ones, they are gone until the season's over. So that's something to keep in mind. And blessings are basically locked in until you build another level, because that's the primary thing the Shinto Shrine's doing.
And we can use a blessing once per season too, it says.
Yep. Whoops. I was wondering what we were forgetting last time. Like, I checked notes. I'm like, that's exactly what the problem is. $67 of the book, it says.
Yeah.
Oh, I correct myself. Listen below the many blessings an ancestor can give his devoted followers. When you pray to an ancestor, he or she, in other words the narrator, will give you the blessing they feel you need and or deserve. Only use 1 blessing per season. My mistake.
Neat.
Okay, cool.
I don't think it's an action to do that. You just say that you do.
Okay.
Like if you say, hey, I want to... So, yeah. What would you
Sweet
pray...
ancestors, be with me now.
What would you pray to your ancestors for before you left here? Like, you guys probably stopped by the Shinto Shrine. At the very least, I imagine Yeiko would wanted to have maybe popped in before the before autumn set in, as the shrine was being built up.
Yeah, I would have.
Yeah, me too, because my chief retainer is the administrator over it now.
What would you pray to them for, narrative speaking, and I'll fill in what I think makes the most sense for your ancestors to help you with, or what maybe your in the less magical sense, what your character is taking away from this prayer.
Masaru would have prayed for success in our mission into Mutsu.
What of Yako?
Prosperity and safety for the clan.
I will say that the blessing you receive is, I have no eyes, I make the flash of lightning my eyes. Which means, if you roll a contested cunning risk, you can cancel your opponent's wagers in the risk. So, that's irrelevant of who maintains privilege. So if you think you might lose privilege in the roll, you could call out the blessing and it kills any of the wagers I put on them. After you've rolled a contested cunning risk, yeah. So you could, if you succeed, then you would never invoke the blessing in the contested. But if I succeed, you could invoke the blessing and wipe out my wagers. So I only get privilege, but I don't get the additional wagers I put in. Anyway, yes, all right. So I was like, ooh, that's something to keep in mind. You did maintain privilege as you were trying to discern where the pilgrims were going to go after heading to the Buddhist shrine here. So I believe privilege goes to Yako here. Where are they going? Or are they just staying there? If you're saying anything, you may be muted.
Sorry, I'm thinking. I would say that after they visit the shrine over here, they will pass through the castle town to visit this shrine before they continue south.
Oops. Doing that.
I don't know.
Oh, I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. I know what it's doing. So this is the path you will go after getting to the shrine.
Yes.
Anything you want to do with your wagers?
I will say firstly the train of pilgrims is numerous, so it's easy for us to blend in. And the second thing I will note is that there are several pilgrims who have some martial prowess so that the train of pilgrims does not look like uh, an easy target for bandits.
Hmm.
And that's my 2 wagers. So
Very good. 2 wagers from Kenzo Masaru. Or just Glory.
Sure. First wager is one of the big reasons they're hitting the castle town and then the shrine is because by the time they reach the castle town, assuming no troubles on the road, it will be time for an annual festival that's kind of a syncretic, it's a traditional festival, so very Shinto in origin, but in recent times it's kind of been infused with some Buddhist mythology.
Hmm.
So it's kind of a socio-religious festival that's kind of well known. So that's going to be taking place in the castle town. Should be a big party. And let's see, for my final wager, it's going to be a party in the castle town. Oh, and the pilgrims have already made arrangements for a place to stay in the castle town. Not really a hotel or anything, but they've basically arranged for like the place where the peasants were staying in the Seven Samurai when they were recruiting, kind of deal, where several people can stay at once, but it's not like a really nice hotel or guest house kind of thing. Yeah, but that's already been arranged.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of people in the castle town.
That message has already been sent ahead. That makes sense. These things you know. So I presume then that you're going to stay with the pilgrimage train as it crosses the province.
at least for some of our journey, yes. Or at least I would suggest we do.
Yep.
So the first stop they have is in a small village. But in this place, you notice that there are quite a lot of things going on, lots of movement in this humble place. And it would seem that there's a lot of there's some sort of larger business here that's happening in the village. The monks don't seem to be paying any particular mind, so it must not be anything that they care about. But whatever it is, it is having some bushi and samurai and other people coming and going to the town. For the most part, they're just staying here to rest, before they continue on the next leg of the journey. Your accommodations are you can stay with them because you are kind of traveling. Since you're with the pilgrimage, there's no risk of you being discovered because you have clear cover. The villagers seem to be perfectly fine with Buddhist monks. There doesn't seem to be any negative connotation with them. They seem to have a high opinion of monks from, as far as they're concerned, you're all united in the pursuit of the teachings of Buddha and such. So that doesn't really, you don't feel any animosity from that. Whether they come from Dewa or not, that doesn't seem to be relevant to most people because it's a religious, it's a pilgrimage thing, Is there anything you two do before
Well, I'm kind of interested in what the business that's going on here is. So maybe we could go out and, in procuring more provisions for the journey for ourselves, maybe learn what's going on.
Sounds like a good idea.
And how are you going about this? Are you like walking around talking to people? Are you trying to watch quietly from under eaves? Are you just boldly walking around and eyeing the village?
Well, my thought had been that, we'd literally be, or Masaru would literally like be shopping for provisions for the road, like dried fish or some rice balls for the next few days. Maybe he needs his Geta repaired or a new pair, and so actually shopping as much as one can in this whole town. And just kind of seeing what I can learn from as I, shop and chat with the other merchants.
I'm gonna call this a beauty risk.
Ah!
And it's going to be opposed because somebody is here that may be a problem.
Okay. Can I assist?
You can certainly cooperate.
There we go. I'm not beautiful.
3. None of us is as great as all of us.
Mm-hmm.
4, 5, 6.
I'll say for free. The opposition is from the seneschal of the Date clan is here, acquiring something, and they may, while you're trying to learn things, they may learn about you, or they may get in the way of you learning things.
Does my duty apply on this one?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so that brings me to a total of 8.
You're gonna be way higher than I am.
My dice pool is duty is that. This is what's your high stat? 5, 6?
4.
4 is the higher, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 'Cause beauty is a thing for seneschals. That's a thing they do. That's mostly what they do.
Yeah.
Is there an aspect about what they're doing here? Yeah, given what they're doing, so they don't have any special gear. This doesn't line up with the clan in particular, I don't believe. You being ambitious doesn't help him find you or run into you anymore. So I have 8 dice. How many dice do you guys have? Because we learn each other's dice pools before we start wagering, because that tells that lets me know where we should be, how much we want to bet.
I have 8.
Don't suppose I gotta argue to make this a cunning risk.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what I was asking you earlier. I was like, how are you going about this? That sounds like a very beautiful way to deal with this problem.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna invoke my Giri. Clan Virtue of Wisdom.
You're trying to learn the truth of something. Yep.
Okay. Devious. Because I'm doing one thing but trying to actually do another thing.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I got another die because of their. Oh, they don't have a reputation. Nope. Never mind.
If this thing we're trying to learn is a secret, I'm going to invoke if my dog knew my plans.
I'll take it for a different reason. You're trying to keep secret that you are asking stuff.
That's fair.
Because the thing you're looking for isn't secret, but you being the one asking it is probably a secret.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm at 7.
You're at 7, and Yeiko, you're at
8.
8. I am. I'm gonna wager 2. Well, no, I have to go even further than that because of the current mood of the daimyo. So I'm going.
Ah, right.
There's what I'm doing, and there. You know what? Push my luck. 4.
So you're rolling a total of
4 dice.
okay.
4 and 4.
Are you gonna wager anything?
Yes. I think I'll wager 3 and roll 5.
And I'm going to wager 2 and roll 5.
Okay.
Oof.
Well, you made it at least.
I think I will invoke lucky. Actually, no, you rolled really well, so I don't think I'll waste one of my lucky uses on that.
Oh, you did not want to lose that.
Nice.
Half of Yeiko's wagers go down unless you're spending lucky for some reason.
No.
Boop, boop, boop. You're knocked down to 1 wager.
Oh god, I have to figure out what the hell is going on in this town now. You don't tell me, do you? Oh crap.
I can give you a free wager. There's something that you can know for free.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Nice.
The main thing here is it's a blacksmith. This is where their blacksmith holding is, and that's that's kind of what gives it away is that the major domo here is the seneschal is procuring is managing the procurement of the arms for the clan. That's why there was a risk of you running into him, because you'd be asking around. It's like, oh yeah, we just ask so and so. It's like, no, I don't want to talk to him. I mean, yeah, no, totally, it's totally fine. His name is Okabo Tadanobu. I'm gonna put that on his thing. I forgot to check his name. See if it mattered. I don't think it did. What extra die have mattered? Loyalty
Almost got
and
it right.
faith, or trust.
Do what now?
His name meaning is like loyalty and faith or trust.
Very pleased with myself. I only missed it by 1 letter.
So, you have privilege.
Okay. So he's here buying weapons for the clan, but not an inordinate amount of weapons. And otherwise, he seems to be arranging for what the clan would normally buy, not as if he were stocking up for war.
Okay. That's your privilege, by the way. You still have.
Oh, okay.
You still have your 2 wagers.
Okay, so well. So first wager, we learned this without drawing any attention or suspicion upon ourselves.
Very good.
Yeah.
Let's see. Second wager is we, well, no, in part, we learned this from someone in the Seneschal's entourage who might just be open to being turnable by a skilled spy master, for example. Okay, that's me.
Actually, I should put in a different color. Red I'm using for a certain type of people. What of your wager, Yako?
I will. I only have one, I think, because I had wagered 3,
Correct.
and then that divided by 5, round down. All right, so that means is I will.
Oh, that's what it's a Karo. That's what it is. Remember the Japanese for it.
So the one that I will suggest is that the Seneschal is, we're able to gather information about what the Seneschal is there for.
You have already answered that by Masaru.
Oh, right.
Masaru said
Okay,
that he
yeah.
is gathering, highlighted these gathering weapons. Masaru narrowed it to be him not getting an inordinate amount, just getting the normal amount one gets at this time of year to keep supplies at a reasonable level.
That's good. So scratch that then. In that case, what I will say is their blacksmith is charging more than normal for the work.
That's probably why the Karo's here in person to try to argue that, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah.
Okay. Something I just thought of that would be handy to know. Kind of 2 things I'd like to learn if we can. One, how skilled is this blacksmith? Particularly if he's charging more, that may mean that he is of a higher skill. And
I can tell you that for free. It's level 1.
Oh, okay.
That'd be something you could observe by looking at his building and how big the holding itself is. That's why you kind of have to look around, because it was too small. If it was like rating 4, I'd be like, you can't miss it. Everyone in the area knows about it. You might have even heard of it. Level 1's like, unless you know it's here, you could walk right by and not know it's here.
And I'm wondering if, judging from the orders he's putting in, if I can figure out their rough troop strength. But I might be better able to accomplish that estimate somewhere else.
It would be... You could try a cunning roll here. It would be opposed by by somebody else, because it's not him that's being cunning on that. He's facilitating the purchase, but someone else is the one who's sending them to do it.
Right.
You could learn it this way, though. It's just that there's someone else that's rolling. I'm letting you know that. You don't have to roll. You don't have to take that risk if you don't want. You could take it at a different time. This is a way to do it because you could spy upon him and figuring out what he's purchasing.
Gonna be opposed.
And the reason I'm letting it do this, normally I wouldn't let a samurai do this to you, but seneschals have a power where they have staff, and that staff is someone who can run pet messages back and forth, and it's hard to monitor both him and him. So it actually gives him a way to talk to other characters without him personally going there.
Right. So what do you think, Yako? Should I try and figure out here, or should we kind of cross our fingers and hope we get a look at their garrison and maybe their general to figure out their Ashigaru numbers?
I think we maybe should try to collect maybe both. Like, try to see what we can learn here and also see if we can check out their garrison in person.
Okay. Yeah. I'm willing because cunning is my big one.
Yeah.
3, 4 for cunning, and then I'm going to invoke my name as commander. And Giri, because I am the Hatamoto, this is a military matter. Clan virtue of wisdom, because I'm trying to find something out. I'm going to go for the devious reputation, because I'm trying to do this without drawing attention. Just 2. And then okay, I can see ways that any one of the 3 of my aspects could work. None of us is as great as all of us. We're trying to accomplish these goals. If my dog do my plans, I'm trying to learn a secret while keeping a secret. Even a thief must learn his trade, because I'm trying to judge troop numbers based upon blacksmith orders.
That last one is the most apparent, I think.
Okay. So that puts me at 12.
Let me get back to you with my number.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, it's not super scary. Oh, it's not. Yeah. The person that you're opposing would be Saito Kiyomaru. He's the Hatamoto who's working with the Seneschal.
Oh, is he here? Or no, he's somewhere else and the messengers are running.
Yeah. You don't know if he's here or if he's further away, but the messenger's facilitating him cooperating with the Seneschal.
What's his name again?
It is Hatamoto. Saito Kiyomaru. Helps if I make sure the plates are full. You guys can see them. Yeah, good.
Got it.
This is not his best stat, so it's actually, he only has 3 from that. There's his duty, which puts him to that, puts him to 4. His name doesn't help here. He does have an aspect that helps him. 1, 2, 3. I think that's it, though. So he doesn't have any tools. Well, actually, they're cooperating, so I can have them both roll. He has 7. It's just that the Seneschal's terrible. That's why. Because he only has... it's a weakness for him. So he's not very cunning. But he would get the aspect as well. That's 3 dice. His name does help. Puts him to 4. Him being a seneschal doesn't terribly matter here. It's more of an Unwabon thing. That's not what he's doing right now. He's just arguing. Yeah, I think he just has 4. And you have 12?
Yes.
Nice.
The Hatamoto is going to wager at least 1. And Okubo is also going to wager 1.
Okay. I am going to roll 7 and wager 5.
Cooperating, Eiko? Or staying out of it for now? The benefit of staying out of rolls is that it's hard for me, if I get privilege, it's hard for me to justify going after you because you're not part of the risk. It's up to you if you want to cooperate. It does increase your chances. Quick BRB, so never mind.
Very good. Let me go ahead and roll and just... barely decent, but not great. Ooh, too close.
Yep. Neither of them beat you. You maintain privilege. So you're trying to learn troop strength?
Yeah.
I can tell you they have a Hatamoto and a garrison of 1. So they have 2 Eshigaru. Got 5 wagers. What would you like to do with them?
Noting that down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what does his name mean? Sato Kiyomaru.
It means your mama. No.
Your mama.
Okay. Pure and circle or completeness. That's why cunning wasn't really... he's decent at it, but that's not his main thing. He's a very straightforward Hatamoto.
Okay, again, we learned this without drawing attention to ourselves. I'm going to say, because it's a messenger going back and forth, that at some point he came back and said, message from blank. So we learn where the garrison is, because that's where the Hatamoto currently is as well.
Learn. That's at the castle town.
Figured, but... let's see. Learning troop strengths.
Actually.
So after figuring out troop strength from the stuff that the blacksmith was, the orders going to the blacksmith. Trying to figure out what wagers might work with the purpose of the task.
something to legit need. You can grab Lori.
Yeah, but that's only 2, and I have 3, so I need to figure out something to do for at least 1.
True.
Already said we found out where the garrison is. I found out we did this without drawing attention to ourselves.
Oh, I actually corrected myself. Garrison isn't at the castle, it's here.
No, at the port. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that's the port anyway.
Yep.
Garrison located at port.
Actually, I'll note that's Garrison dash port.
Sorry, I'm having trouble.
You could perhaps learn from this what tag they seem to be, how they're going about this. Because you know that the daimyo changes season to season, what his thing is, or what his tag is. So
Let's learn what his current tag is. That's a good one.
Dangerous.
Ooh.
So you notice that even the messenger is armed. At the pass, people were armed to the teeth, and that means that they're willing to, in conflict, they're willing to take it to the next level, and they actually have to because they always swing big because it's dangerous to them. But if they win, it's a big win. So they're being pushed to be extra dangerous. Even the Karo is, walk around with a sword ready for a fight if he needs to be, sort of thing, because the daimyo has thus decreed that's the way we're going about this season.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, and I think I will take the remaining 2 as Galare. Select, delete. Okay.
These things you see and learn, learning by observing his messenger, overhearing him, talking to people, mainly. Probably talking to him once or twice, because he just sees you as just another monk.
Right. Very good.
And it seems Okubo will be staying here for a little bit because of the ongoing discussions and haggling and such, and gathering up the monies for what he's getting. And actually, I imagine to a certain degree, you're learning from these buys, like he's buying enough equipment for 2 units of Ashigaru.
Right.
But not like buying enough to field a 3rd unit, so it doesn't look like they're updating into another one, as you said.
Yeah. Hey, I would know about how much you'd need to do that, because that's how many troops we have.
And also that lets you know that even whatever Goku they may have, they're not spending it toward improving what the Hanamoto has, because that's one thing you can do, is spend to temporarily increase your Giri's benefit, is essentially what that is. So you could pay to have more troops, but it doesn't look like that's what they're doing right now. And Okubo, from his demeanor and the way he speaks, he is very quiet-spoken, very precise in how he deals with everything, very exacting down to the single mon. And if it weren't for the fact that he's wearing his sword, it's like he's about to get into a fight at any second, he looked very gentle and very almost downright harmless, as if previous season he was in a kind mood, and now he's been shifted into a more dangerous mood. That's not something that Okubo naturally is from his own aspects. So it's kind of clashing against him. But you do what your Daimyo tells you. And you hear him say to his messenger, "It would seem that much what we need may need to be procured by port. So, ensure that Saito Dono is informed that he may need to procure things from where he is, rather than depending on our blacksmith being expedient." And the messenger runs off. Ah, gentle monks, it is a pleasure to see you in our province, and I look forward to seeing you in the castle town. And the head monk chats with him a bit, talking about the journey and what the season was like, how beautiful the leaves were, and waxing poetics. Whereas Okubo is doing a lot more, seems to be, in his soft-spoken way, is interrogating him. And thankfully, there's nothing the monk can even tell them. They don't know you're here. They know you're other pilgrims, but there's a lot of pilgrims, so, he doesn't know that a Hatamoto and an Umwaban are in his midst. So... what, pray tell, do Masaru and Yeiko do from here?
Did you catch what all we learned, Yeiko?
I think I missed some of it, just because I was grabbing some ice.
Right. So we learned, based on what they were trying to buy, they have a Hatamoto of 1 and a garrison of 1 for a total of 2 Ashigaru. The garrison is at the port. The daimyo's current tag is dangerous, but since he's mad, it changes seasonally. We figured that out because everybody we've seen is just like armed to the teeth. It means in conflict, they pretty much have to take it to the next level because they're being pushed to be extra dangerous.
Okay.
Okubo will be here for a bit to continue haggling with the blacksmith. Doesn't appear that the Koku they have, if they have any, are going towards boosting their group levels. And the Seneschal just told a messenger that some of what they need will need to be procured via the port, which is also where the Hatamoto is.
Any action you wish to take while in the village, or are you going to rest up and carry on with the pilgrimage?
I might suggest resting up for now. I don't necessarily want to take any kind of, hostile action when one of the architects of the enemy host is directly present.
Okay.
Because that seems like a great way to draw unwanted attention towards us.
Fair. Do you want to potentially work on turning that, because I don't know how spy masters work in this game, because I kind of set up that one of the guys might be turnable to a double agent, or...
That would probably be a good idea.
You certainly don't have to, I just sort of...
Oh, no, sorry, I'm not annoyed with you, it's just injury pain.
Fair.
Sorry.
I'm annoyed with you, though. How dare you?
That's just a Saturday right there.
So mechanically, to explain, it is an action that the spy master does to do a spy. However, for you to narratively make sense, to make a truth that's possible, like you had a truth that there was a spy you could flip because you already found the guy. If you want to turn this guy into some sort of spy, then you would need to do a risk to establish a truth that he is someone you could use as a spy. Which would be a cunning risk. For now, it would be the cunning. You would be opposed against Okubo's cunning, because it's his. You're attacking his Giri, but you're trying to flip his Giri against him. His Giri, his servant against him, or against his interests. So, I'm gonna start. If you wish to take that risk.
Probably. Might as well. I have confidence in my cunning.
Okay, start building your dice pool. Start building mine. Mine's not very good. You want to cooperate?
You might be able to click his tag of dangerous, because that might make him, I don't know.
You would be saying the reason he does worse is because he's dangerous, whereas I can't really say the reason you would do worse is because you're ambitious. It's like your ambition isn't why you would fail, I don't think. Whereas him being dangerous wouldn't be why he fails, I don't think.
Yeah.
He was kind or truthful or something, then I'd be like, oh, okay, well that's gonna hurt him because he can't be sneaky.
I would say I will invoke my Giri, because getting more spies is a spy master thing.
It's true.
I'll also invoke my reputation of shrewd. Because this is a golden opportunity, and I'm not one to let those go by.
I'd take that.
Yeah. Are you going to be helping with this, Kenzo?
Yeah, sure, if you want me to.
Sure. Then none of us is as great as all of us.
Yes. I'm going to invoke the enemy Onwaban's ability, so you're going to be rolling against them, because they might learn, even though the Major Domo's going to assist, because why not? He only has 2 dice. I was like, oh, he only has 2 dice. That's garbage. I need to use the Onwaban's ability, otherwise this could be a sure thing. So, oops.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 and 4 is 11.
That will alert you for free that there's an enemy on Waban who's watching stuff.
Good to know. Could I also invoke my name on this one?
What's your name meaning?
Multi-layered trail, basically.
Yes. Wow.
Plans within plans within plans. Alright, so that puts me to 12 dice total for my dice pool.
So the enemy Waban is doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're helping out their guy. Which actually helps out this guy, because he helped. So it puts him to 5. Do my Giri. I'm helping my guy out. I'm working into my strength. 1, 2, 3, 4. My name? My name help? Oops, wrong direction. Way. No. Yes, so I'm at 9 for him.
Cool.
What's your dice pool again, Yako?
12.
12. Masaru?
Yes. Ouch.
There's one for Okubo and 3 for the Almaban.
Okay.
Sorry, are you cooperating or staying out of it?
I'm definitely cooperating.
Okay, what's your dice pool?
Let's see.
I know it's higher than Diego's. So I'm basing my bets on my wagers on the highest dice pool, but
Gotcha.
because Diego's
I
a
thought
12,
Diego-
so
Yeah, and I'm at 10. So,
Jesus.
sorry, I may have been muted when I said that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm at 10. Let's see. So it looks like the Omnibun's rolling 6 and betting 3. So I think I'm going to wager 4 and also roll 6.
I will wager 4 and roll 8. Just because I want to be confident of not being discovered.
Mhm.
Yeah. Here's me.
Good golly. Hey, Okubo, you can do this with 4 dice, right? Nope. How about the Almaban, who's rolling 6? Actually, I can do 6.
Ooh,
Whoa!
so close.
That was close.
I'm very glad that I decided to roll 8.
Yeah.
Because the last 2 was what put me over.
So, I imagine you're using your privilege to mark this person as a potential spy.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay. So,
Um,
what are you doing with your wagers?
one wager I will say is that that's a question. With a wager, can I invent a tag for a character?
If it makes sense, yeah.
I will say the person we're targeting as a spy is frustrated with their Lord's Madness.
Fair enough. Yep, that makes sense narratively.
So that's part of why we can take them as a spy. I will also note that the enemy spy master is their failure to prevent us kind of tapping this guy as a spy is due to the fact that they're a little bit overly cautious. They don't want to.
The truth that he's dangerous contradicts that.
Oh, okay. In that case,
Even if he wanted to be dangerous, he's
They're-
not allowed currently.
their dangerous tendency prevents them from being subtle enough.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, and then the remaining 2, unless Masaru, you want to do something, I'm going to convert those to glory, I think.
He has 2 of his own to worry about.
Okay. Yeah. So
What did you learn? Well, I had to step away for a bio break real quick.
we were able to convert the guy and tap him as a spy. I applied the tag of frustrated with his Lord's Madness. Cool.
Okay.
Just to make him a bit easier to control in the future. And then the Onibawan is ineffective because the Lord's press for people to be aggressive and dangerous is making it impossible for him to be subtle enough in his actions. Or her actions, depending on the case.
Cool.
Or their actions.
Any wager? Anything you want to do with your wagers there, Kenzo?
Yeah, I think so. So I will once again say that we managed all this without drawing any attention to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Converted the spy because he's frustrated with the Lord's madness. Enemy spy master not as effective because of current tag of dangerous. Did it without drawing attention. You got any suggestions, Jaco? I've got one I need to spend.
I have a suggestion for you.
Sure, I'm just kind of brain dead today, guys. Sorry.
It's okay. It's so Saturday. You you could learn the name of the Omoban.
Ooh,
Okay,
that is a good idea.
That had been in my head, but I didn't know if we could with all that. But okay, sure.
No, this is the risk of helping out, is that you expose yourself into the thing. If the Omoban stayed out of it, the only person you could expose is Okubo. But the Spy Masters fired their ability. It's like, if you win, that's great. If you lose, you're exposed.
Right.
Yeah.
Matsuda Kagehisa. The more important thing is the Kagehisa, Kage being shadow and Hisa being eternal. Matsada Kagehisa. You learn this because you basically can learn this through the fact that their spies are around and that there's whispers in the shadows and you kind of catch wind of it.
Okay.
Eternal Shadow. That's a pretty badass name.
So the power that happened here is that not only did you evade Okubo learning this, but you also evaded Kagehisa. Even though Kagehisa listened into this conversation, they don't know precisely who. They know he's frustrated, but that's something they probably already knew already. They will probably know that they are exposed in some way, but they don't know by who, or if they're actually just talking to some monks. Like, they don't know that anything's wrong yet. They know this guy's a risk because he's frustrated, but they don't know he's been flipped because you guys kind of hit it. The most he would see is that some monks talk to him and kind of he just reaffirmed that he's frustrated and is mad at his lord. Okubo doesn't know this, but Kagehisa does. What Kagehisa does with that?
Okay.
To mechanically throw it to you, you could use them in other ways, but in the next season action, this is a great opportunity for a doomed spy, because you can totally throw him to the wolves and give yourself an intelligence advantage, but you could use him in a different way. Any other actions you do in the blacksmithy village where Okubo is trading and spies of Kagehisa are meandering?
I can't think of anything else from here. Can you?
Nothing yet.
Yeah. Let's see what the next place might reveal.
Agreed.
We succeeded in drowning the enemy Onwaban. Excellent.
Just indicating you don't know where they are.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys make your journey along with the monks to the Buddhist shrine. It is there that you learn of another of the samurai in service to Date. Because the head monk of your pilgrimage meets with this person, as this seems to be their primary religious holding. If I can find the guy's name, that'd be great. Where are you, buddy? There you are. Asakura Hosho. Is the one who meets in the dark of night in this rather serene valley where the shrine resides. Hosho is basically means law or correctness or righteousness. This is the spiritual advisor of Date. It also means that blessings are a thing you can worry about. Because that's their power. They can help pretty much anybody because they're helping their fellow samurai by blessing them. What's that? It is the Onmyoji. And yeah, there's a lot of preparations going on between the monks as they are working out precisely what's going to be happening at the festival and making sure the accommodations are done. The Onmyoji would be the one who would help arrange that on this end. They lament that Kenzo doesn't have an Onmyoji. They think that is a failing of theirs. The monks, kind of in their very Buddhist way say, well, it is regrettable, but perhaps the righteous path will be made more clear to him in time. But he is a good lord. And I'm sure he is. That sort of thing. And
they know we've got a sword saint Onmyoji. He's just an NPC.
And he has despite the Shinto garments that he wears, in the trappings of the Onmyoji, various religious artifacts upon his person, you see that he is dressed rather old-fashioned, which is not that weird for a priest. Priests tend to be the paragons of tradition. That's kind of what it's about, and very rarely do the outfits change. A lot of the outfits worn now are ones worn hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Perhaps with better materials like polyester and stuff like that, because, but sometimes tradition wins out over practicality. But this person, there is something about Hosho. That there are some artifacts about his person that indicate, like some talismans he has on his person, pouches with strange rattlings and movements to them. There is a roughness to his skin, and to his hands and fingers. This seems like a person who works very, very hard and is outdoors a lot. And they look rather worn in appearance. And there is a certain... Although they are not armed with weapons, I will tell you for free that Hosho comes off dangerous. Dangerous is the thing that he highlights. He is he is the person that is the danger samurai that's loyal to Date. Which makes the monks with you very uncomfortable around him. They don't want to say anything to him. They don't want to gainsay him. They don't want to contradict him in the province that he is the Onmyoji in. He's very strict with the monks about how precisely they're doing things, which some appreciate. You know, there's a certain level of discipline required in faith, but it's especially strict here. And there's the fear of the gods are kind of struck into everybody while he's around, which, you know, the head monk isn't terribly thrilled about because you guys aren't like that. But what can they do? This is where they're pilgrimaging, so they just have to live with that. Even though he himself is a Buddhist, it's like he has enough authority. He is the religious authority in the region, so that's they need to play nice with him. Eventually he does. Now, he will come over to you two. Now, how are you going to? Are you going to deal with him, or are you going to try to evade his notice, his strict demands of faith? Because he's going around, even though there's a huge number of you, he will be checking each individual person who is here to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I won't avoid him. I'll try to deal with him in my persona as the, you know, kind of lay Buddhist mendicant, warrior mendicant.
You there. What are you doing?
Okay. So, I will bow to him as a member of the samurai class, but deeper than I would if I was going around as myself, because, you know, he's I'm on a spiritual journey. He is the head of the spiritual world here, and also a member of the leadership of the clan. So, and whereas I'm just sort of a, you know, a mendicant.
Would you do this if you were yourself?
No. If I was myself, I would be bowing to him far much more as an equal rather than as someone in an inferior position.
I will warn you that honor will be lost doing this.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, then I will bow to him as an equal. Not obsequiously, but respectfully.
He starts bowing with you. Just, you know, that there's that initial bowing that happens. He waits for you to bow first, which would have been normal anyway because you're visiting his province. That's not weird. What's weird is that, you know, you stop at a certain point, and it's obvious to him he expected you to bow way lower than that.
Yeah, fair.
Where is it you say you come from again? Traveler?
Let me pull up the map of Japan.
Pinned in the records.
Yeah. My original home is far from here, and far to the west, from Aki.
You have traveled very far. Very far. Very far indeed. And, what say you of these Christians and their spreading of their words? I hear their southern barbarian ways have spread that far.
Certainly the hairy ones' influence does appear to be spreading in their odd cannibal religion, and more to the troublesome their firearms in the south as well.
What is it?
Not to say that that Lord Oda has not made canny use of such new weaponry, but still, they disturb me.
They disturb you, do they?
Indeed, Lord.
So is that why you've come so far by... I presume by your walking pilgrimage?
No. No, good sir. Far from it. My feet were set on this long path for different reasons. My life has been one of blood and death, and now I seek a greater understanding of the world and of myself through the teachings of Buddha and the traditional faith of the Kamis and our land. It is my dharma to wander and learn.
I'm
For
going to give
now,
you
at
a
least.
cunning risk to see if Hosho is going to figure you out. Because, yeah, I'm getting the feeling you're not trying to... You're trying not to tip your hand at him, and he is digging at you a little bit.
Right. Okay, so cunning.
He's doing his duty. He is questioning you the way he thinks he's supposed to be doing. Two, three. An aspect of his is firing right now. And I'm going to tag your ambition against you. You're trying to portray yourself as a very humble and quiet person who's just doing what he's doing, and that's not you. It's hard
Right.
to act like something you're not, but something that's so opposed to what you are. So that
Right.
gets him a die.
Okay.
Puts him to 10. I don't think his blessing fires for this, because he wasn't thinking you guys were going to be sneaking in necessarily. He'd have a certain blessing for this season that he'd be. I don't think it fires. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure. And his prediction doesn't fire right now. This is not what he would have predicted. There's something he is predicting, but that isn't it. This isn't it, rather. Yeah, that's the blessing you would have gotten.
I will note that I think you have to be aware of the other person's tag to tag them.
Oh, that's true. Yep, never mind. So I'm at 9. I was just thinking that too as I was looking something up. I was like, wait a minute, can I do that?
Yeah. And I'm at 10. And the aspect I am calling on is if my dog knew my plans, because I'm trying to keep a secret here.
I am. You have 10, so I'm going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you're rolling 5?
Yep.
Okay. I am going to wager 4 as well and roll 6. D6. Oof, not great. Oof.
I gain privilege.
I am going to invoke this season's blessing and get rid of his wagers and keep mine. Doesn't affect success and failure, but only I get to keep my wagers.
Yep. I have no eyes. I make the flash of lightning my eyes.
I think quick on my feet.
The privilege here is that as he questions you, it's gonna reveal he knows far more about religious stuff than you do, and he's found out that you are not what you say you are. He wouldn't necessarily figure out you're Kenzo Masaru, I don't think, but he would know that you're not a monk. You lack religious knowledge, and you're clearly lying to him because he's interrogating you basically until you eventually find out that, oh crap, there was gonna be other things I was gonna do, but I can't do them. You took away my wagers. So the truth that you can't undo with your wagers is that he knows you're not a monk. Okay. Or a religious figure. He knows that for a fact. So by the virtue of your blessing, you still have your wagers.
Okay. So, so as the interrogation goes on and we're talking back and forth, and I realize that I have blown my cover to a point, I quickly kind of change tactics, and without coming out right and saying it, suggest that that my real purpose here is to as a bodyguard for the pilgrimage as a whole, but also for a specific person on the pilgrimage.
That's a reasonable thing for him to believe, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. What else is going to be helpful here? Let's see. Also that disguise or no, I'm very definitely samurai, with everything that entails. So, and otherwise, I'm not just some hired, bushi swordsman, but I'm a person of rank and privilege. So, there's a kind of way that you have to deal with a person like that.
Yeah, you're not just some random ne'er-do-well. You are at least a samurai. You're in service to somebody, but you're no Ronin.
Right. Let's see. What else? He knows I'm not what I say I am. He thinks I'm a bodyguard for someone and also the pilgrimage. How else can I? I managed to also like when talking about that when intimating that I'm a bodyguard and on this pilgrimage to protect somebody in the pilgrimage as a whole, I also deflect any of Yako is not the person. I kind of deflect things away from her, so he's not looking at her as being associated with me.
Okay.
She doesn't appear to be the person that I'm particularly interested in protecting. Yes, of course she's on the pilgrimage, but she's not. She wouldn't be the one that I'm suggesting that I'm here to protect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, although the samurai one may have done this, and you can tell me if so, the last one will be that I also kind of subtly suggest that asking me to reveal who I'm guarding or why would be really kind of touching on honor. In other words, a polite person would not inquire any further into that because have obviously, I'm not revealing that for reasons because of duty.
You're highlighting that you have a Geary, yeah.
Right.
You're not saying it quite so bluntly because you're not
Right.
rude, but it's a Geary is at issue, and it's like, oh, that's why you're not.
Right.
And whether he wants to push that is up to him. It's like, if you want to push me, you'll push me, but understand, I'm gonna have to. You're pushing me into a very difficult choice.
Right. Okay. I think I did the best I could there.
Well then, Honorable Bushi, I'm gonna have to ask you to take off that basket and tuck away that flute and stop dishonoring this holy place by mimicry. I'll be kind enough not to demand further, but I won't have you insult me here by pantomiming what you don't truly believe or know. And if you don't, I will exact my price. And he smiles a little bit. And it matches his eyes as he seems to be looking for something he's going to exact a price from. And you get the feeling it's not your coin purse, it's your extremities.
Right. Okay, yeah, I'll do it. And I would like to request a cunning risk here because I would like to say that I have prepared myself in case I were unmasked, as it were.
I'm willing to take that, yep.
Okay.
I have to build again. Well, it'd be 9. We're doing another cunning. It falls into the same trap.
Right. Let's see if I can't lift mine a little further up with this roll, though. Definitely being devious, so there's 2. Can I call upon my duty as Hatamoto because I'm trying to gain military information through this entire endeavor?
No, it's too loose.
Okay. I am trying to achieve advantages as a commander for victory, though, so maybe my name?
Your name would come into it, yeah.
Okay, cool. And then... play in virtue of wisdom, because preparing for this eventuality would have been a wise thing to do.
It'd be a very cunning thing to do, but...
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, devious for 2. And all of this role is basically in service of, keeping my true identity a secret. So if my dog knew my plans.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so that gets me up to 11s.
Oh, just gonna spend down to... throw 4 wages out, because he's gonna push himself.
He's rolling 5.
This whole time. The good thing about this that Yako's is so far out of the line of fire. He isn't in trouble yet.
Right.
Yeah, I'm keeping my head down and trying to blend in
Yep.
with the crowd.
So I'm going to wager 4 and roll 7 since this guy did so well against me last time.
You retain privilege.
Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, I removed my basket and put away the flute. But since we first determined to make this journey, and of course, all along our journey, Masaru has let his beard grow out fully, where he usually wears a just kind of a goatee. So he has a full beard now. And I also, although my hair is pulled back into at this period in time, is kind of loose samurai bun kind of thing. I've also let my hair go untrimmed, so it's a little bit kind of shaggy. So I look different than I am known to look. Put it that way. The beard and the kind of shaggy hair, and my untrimmed wild eyebrows, that effectively keeps him from sussing out who I am by how I look.
Okay. That's reasonable.
Okay. And this is all in service of him not figuring out who I am. Masaru actually does have a pretty good southern accent when he puts it on, which adds to the disguise.
Mm-hmm. Probably leaning on it even more now because the mask is off and you're trying to sell the lie a bit better.
Right. Let's see, what else? And selling it further, by my physicality changes slightly, like when I take off the hat, as if in truth I'm kind of glad not to be masquerading anymore.
Okay.
Suggesting that I was kind of uncomfortable in that masquerade. And then because of that, I go up a notch in his eyes because, he reads it as, oh, well, he was kind of uncomfortable having to, be a fake monk. So because, he reads that as me having enough faith and respect that, that kind of made me uncomfortable, but, samurai has to do what a samurai has to do.
Yeah. Your Giri pushed you there, yeah.
Right. And finally, the head monk and several other people who are nearby when all this is kind of happening, and who in the pilgrimage train are, visibly surprised and shocked, which kind of further underscores my. No, wait, no. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to say that also none of the people we're traveling with recognize me as who I am. That's what I'll do.
I see that you didn't have much time to attend to grooming while that was on. I'm going to tell you, Samurai, that I have other things to concern myself with, and other things in the beyond to concern myself with. So I'm going to warn you. You are going to be made known to the samurai of this province. The Date clan is going to know this encounter. And if I hear whisper of you masquerading again, Giri or not, you will not leave Mutsu province. Do you understand me?
I'm taking some notes. Uh, I kind of shrug and, uh, say, as far as I'm concerned, you could burn this basket. Uh, even with the cooler weather, it's been. I've lost 20 pounds wearing the thing in the sun.
He juts his staff out to kind of pierce into the basket that you're holding. He looks like he's going to tug it away from you unless you hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it up.
And he just very callously kind of just hucks it off into the tree somewhere where some poor a junior monk's going to have to go fish it out and clean it up, which he doesn't seem to care about. And then you hear a solid thunk as he settles it into the ground, which indicates that there seems to be some sort of weight in that staff.
Yep.
You can actually see some discoloration at the bottom, which just indicates that it's hit something other than dirt and stone. And even at the top, that ring that would usually have various little charms attached to it, that part has a weird discoloration to it as well. That wouldn't be accounted for by rain or exposure to elements.
As for the rest, tell who you will. I much prefer to be open about my duty. And as for the consequences you mentioned, and I'll adjust my 2 swords and basically go on guard in doing so. I can meet those as well or better than any other samurai.
So what name do you go by, samurai? Or is there another basket you're gonna wear? I assume from your gear you can't tell me who you are. That may betray your charge.
I'm called Chimon.
Chimon.
I wrote down that name for a reason.
Very good. Well, Chimon Dono. I'm
called you Jimbo. Maybe Senjuro. We don't know.
I'm going to do you a favor. You can enjoy the festivities. You can even attend the castle town. And you can stay with these pilgrims and guard them. I will allow this.
How very gracious you are.
I am. Here's how far that will go. When they carry on to the Shinto shrine, the husk and remnant that dwells in that mountain, go no further than the village. For if you do, well, then it is on the kami you will have to pray to, not me. And the kami of Mutsu are far more demanding than those of wherever it is you come from. That I promise you, samurai. Out of my way. And he just very rudely starts walking away from you and kind of almost half swats at you, but he's not going to hit you because then you're going to start a fight, and he's not trying to do that. He's just sick of talking to you now. He thought, there's even a look of disappointment, like he was going to get to boss you around, and right now the only way to boss around a samurai is to fight him, and that's really not an emojis.
Right. Also, we're at a Buddhist shrine.
Yeah. So Yeiko, Asakura Hosho is going to start looking around for more people to bully. Do you evade him or do you face him?
We'll face him. I think it's the best way to remain unnoticed is to act like any other faithful. And if the other faithful don't seem to be trying to avoid him, then I won't.
They are, but they can't get very far from him. They're not spies. They're like, oh, I'm doing something, and they think maybe he won't notice. Like, oh, I look like I'm busy. Like, oh, I haven't talked to you. You, come here. Like, oh, how do you know? It's like he remembered everyone who came here. And he's going around picking on everybody.
Yeah, then I'll let him. I'll let him come chat with me then.
You there?
Oops, sorry. Actively avoiding him successfully would probably attract more attention if he's that detail-oriented.
Don't worry, you wouldn't pay the price. Someone else would. You there, woman?
I will stop and look at him.
What are you doing?
Visiting the shrine.
And where have you come from?
I've come with the other faithful from the north of here.
By Dewa or Ichigo?
Dewa. I'm not even gonna try to hide my accent. I sound like I'm from there, so.
So you're from that frozen samurai shrine, tucked away in the mountains north. Is that what you're telling me, woman?
I'm telling you, I hail from Dewa province.
Do you? You do. Are you like these people? He points rather rudely with his staff. Not really what it's for. It jangles as he swings it around. Are you with these people? Or do you understand the weight of the kami? Which that offends quite a few of the pilgrims, and one of them almost looks like they're going to say something to him, and then the other one, almost as if he was tackling him away from a cannonball, slaps a hand over his mouth and kind of pushes him to do anything else than get involved with your conversation.
I will. Yeko will straighten a bit and say, I honor the kami. As should anyone.
Good. Very good. Time someone in this number had sense. The narrator will ask, are you dressed as a Miku? As a shrine maiden? A bit old for it, I imagine, but still.
Yeah. No, I would not be dressed as a shrine maiden.
So, has the ambitious Kenzo bothered to rebuild his shrine to acknowledge the might of the mountain that keeps him safe? Or is he allowing the north to be twisted by those over-focused on the beyond?
One as humble as me couldn't possibly have an understanding of what goes through the mind of a great daimyo.
Cunning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to hide that the shrine's been rebuilt.
Well, I'm trying to hide that I have any insight into...
Yeah, I don't know anything, sorry. I respect the kami, but I've never been to the shrine. Who knows? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Yeah. Cunning 4.
I'm
I'm
at
gonna
9.
go with Onibawan Giri. I'm trying to conceal who I am and just seem like I'm
Yeah.
some ordinary peasant here. And I'll go with my reputation of shrewd. And if my dog knew my reliance. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 and 4 is 11.
He's at 9. He'll go for 4 wagers.
Okay. With 11, I will go for also 4 wagers, which lets me roll 7.
Okay.
I'm gonna invoke lucky on one of those people. For Pete's sake. Okay, total of 14. Crap.
Oh,
Oof. Oh, it was bound to happen sooner or later.
let's see what does a meditation point do for you?
Lets you hit 10 automatically.
That's not an issue here.
That would not be helpful right now.
What else do we have in our back pockets?
Wisdom wager wouldn't help you here. Goku wouldn't help here. Prowess wager doesn't help here. Blessing's been spent. If you were going to use honor, you would have added it before you rolled.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's... I may have to kill this guy.
Please don't. I think
I'll
that
try
would
not
make
to.
the situation worse.
At least we know the secret route back across the mountains.
That's true.
He is his figure and his personage strikes a dark fear in you as you feel that this is a person who is deeply connected with the spiritual world far more than you, and you can almost feel like he can see through your lies. And that your own faith's kind of being used against you. Like, basically he's browbeating you continuously and just keeps asking and asking and asking. And you're just too faithful to let it to walk away or excuse yourself, because you get the feeling you're going to anger. Even if you don't anger him, if you anger him enough, he's going to get the kami after you. And he may even get the kami of your region after you, which is not really good. So, you have that look to you that you know far more. You don't necessarily say it straight out, but there is that look of guilt, that look of fear that you can't really hide because you feel it. He's kind of pushing you into revealing that part of yourself, which you get the feeling that's something he does. That's how he gets people to obey him, is by just scaring the crap out of them. And if they're particularly devout, it works. If they're not, like Basaro, it doesn't tend to work as well. Especially if his solution is to cut the man down. That's not your option. That you can't do that.
Yeah.
Further, he's able to demand of you that to at least know if there is someone tending to the shrine, because if it isn't, he needs to go up there and assure that the kami up there will not destroy us all.
I will say that there is someone.
Yeah. He wouldn't care particularly who it is. He figures you're telling him the truth because you are, which tells him the shrine's built, honestly. Further,
I would not be trying to hide the fact that Yiko is genuinely faithful to the kami.
Yep.
Like she wouldn't even try to hide that.
And he will press upon you that he is charging you with the giri of attending to assuaging the kami of Mutsu, of the Mutsu Mountains, at the Shinto Shrine. Although you are not a shrine maiden, he believes your devoutness makes you worthy to assist him in his goal. Because he admits to you that he was genuinely worried for Dewa. If they didn't fix that, I'm gonna have to go up there and fix it. And you have to tell him, no, it's being fixed, It's like, okay, I don't have to go up there. Good. Great. I do need to fix what's here, though. And since you seem to know what you're doing, you're gonna help me. I'm telling you to help me. Now, he can't technically order you, but there is a certain religious giri he's pressing upon you here, which honor comes into it. You now have a problem, because you now have a respected religious figure telling you that he needs you for something. So you now have competing giri.
Okay.
Further, he will inquire as to your status, if you're just like a regular person, or if you're bushi, or noble, which would be odd, but nobles could live all the way out here in retirement. Maybe that's what you are. But out of fear of angering him, you at least reveal to him that you're a bushi. Which that could be mean your Kenzo clan, that could be one of the loyal Kenzo clans, one of the Kurogane clans, or some other clan up in Dewa. You know, there's more than one fit clan up there. You could be an Ashigaru wife for all he knows. And that's where he stops, because all he really cared about is, are you actually of the religious class? You're not? Okay, there's certain things you can't do. That's fine. You're not as pure as he is. And lastly, he is going to demand of you to outstretch your hands to him. And he basically wraps your hand with his staff as a sort of mild punishment for even hesitating to answer him. You'll suffer one injury. He would never do more than this, a religious thing, but you did tell him everything he wanted to know, so he just kind of baps you on the hand, which, it leaves a really nasty bruise, because it is a heavy metal ring he just bapped onto your hand. I will note, that is, the Buddhists around him look at him in shock. The head Buddhist pilgrim, it looked thoroughly annoyed with him, but again, there's not, unless he wants to fight this guy, and your sect isn't an Ikuiki sect, they're not a warrior monk sect, so they can't really stop him, but they don't approve at all. But that's all he wants. He got everything he wanted out of you, and he seems to take a strange pleasure in having bullied you so thoroughly.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
You sure you don't want me to kill him? Because I'll kill him.
And 3 honor is lost. Because you have been shamed by a priest, and arguably an enemy priest, but that doesn't look good for you, and it'll make the clan look bad.
Oof. Okay.
So you lose 3 honor.
Ouch. Sorry about that.
It happens. This guy, neither one of us did well against this guy. And just obviously the kami is with him, because we had him out-diced both times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine if he had imagine all the things he was gonna do. He was gonna be really super mean to you, Masaru, as well. But you killed his wager, so I was like, oh, he can't pick on you like he wants to. So he just leaves off for some reason.
Right.
He doesn't even know why.
Take off your hat. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, sure. I'll take off my hat. You can have the hat too. Leave me alone. Oh, okay. Well, guess I'll
Right.
leave you alone. I was gonna punish you, but you're cooperating. This is taking the fun out of it.
Yeah. Also, it's like take off the hat and all of a sudden he stands up straighter. It's like, okay.
I don't know if I want to bully this guy or not.
Right.
But yeah. And in short, Hosho is this horrible person just the whole time. In a place that's supposed to be, I mean, people manage to meditate here, but it is, this guy is a taskmaster, and he will not relent. Do you guys hang about for the night, or do you, and wait for the pilgrimage to move on, or do you try to get out of here?
I would suggest we try to get out of here.
Sure, I'm with you on that.
I will warn you, Yako. At some point, because of the Giri he pressed upon you, you'll either have to go to the shrine that he talked about, help him with the religious thing he's doing, or you'll lose honor for breaking your word.
That's fair.
Well, for
I
breaking your
was-
Giri, it's not even you gave your word. He pushed the Giri on you, and it's this uncomfortable. I can't say no. I wish you didn't say that, and I'm too devout to say no to your face.
Yeah.
So now you're stuck with it.
Does she have to do it this trip, or can we wait till after we conquered the joint?
It's part of this pilgrimage because they're gonna be going here,
Okay.
and then here, and then they're heading that way.
Okay.
So you don't have to necessarily stick with it. As long as you are there at some point during the thing, by the time they get there, and before the ritual is done, you're okay.
Okay.
The only thing is, if just you and I leave, I've gone through some trouble to kind of distance myself from you as the person I might potentially be guarding. But if you and I sneak off together, that kind of blows everything I said and might get his wind up.
Mm-hmm. And you'll likely attract. Oh, go ahead.
I was thinking that we could use the pilgrimage as cover the whole way anyway, so.
Well, I mean, it's also possible that we could convince some or all of the pilgrims that, because of this guy's, sheer assholishness, that, that there's, because we're probably not the only ones who don't really feel comfortable staying the night here under his,
ministrations, shall we say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we want to try and do that, or we can just keep with the path without trying to convince anybody otherwise. Because it also, unless we're good with roles, trying to convince people to go ahead and split, also can be suspicious. So
I think it probably does make sense to try to convince a few other folks to come with us. Just for cover, honestly.
yeah, unless we just want to stay the night and deal with the standard progress of the pilgrims.
Yeah. All right.
What path are you choosing?
I'd say let's stay with at least some of the pilgrims. If we can't convince anyone to come with us, we might as well stay with the group.
Yeah.
So.
I'm gonna call it beauty to convince some of these people to leave with you. You're not trying to trick them. You're trying to find people who have the same mind of let's just go early. We'll go ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cooperate with you on this because, again, I'm trying to not connect us.
Yeah.
And it won't be opposed because you're not trying to convince Hosho to go. You can't control people wander his province yet.
Okay. What type of attribute challenge would you call it?
Beauty.
Okay.
be one thing if you're trying to get him to. It would be opposed against him if you're trying to convince him, hey, do you mind if we go? But you're not trying to do that. You're just talking to other monks going, we can just leave early tonight. You know, we don't have to wait till morning.
Yeah.
Let's go before he bullies us some more.
I'd argue if my dog knew my plans in this case, because I'm trying to get away from him so that I don't reveal any more than I already have.
Yeah, I'll take that.
All right. So that puts me to 6 dice. And given how my dice rolls have been lately, I think I will roll all 6 and not wager anything. Because I really want to hit 10. Oh, now the dice cooperate. Well, I will say with my privilege, we do manage to get a significant minority of the group to come with us.
So you guys slip away
Yes.
to carry on your journey. As the sun rises, the sun was already rising as you guys were leaving. Like, you guys left super, like, in the dark of night. And the sun is rising as you're walking. I will note to you, Masara, you do see the very dark bruise that's on Ieko's hands. As you can see the huge welt that just went right onto it. If you didn't see it, you're aware of it. It'd be hard to hide that injury. That's kind of why he did it. The other monks are very quiet and a bit exhausted, but some of them start chanting mantras to kind of push themselves along through the night and through the early morn. And are you going to stick with them the whole way to the castle village, or are you planning to the castle town, or are you trying to do something else along the way?
I definitely want to visit the castle town just to see what, if any, intelligence we can gather while we're there. But if Kenso-san has a different opinion, I am open to input.
No, yeah, definitely want to visit the castle town, but also it's from the castle town that I might deviate a little bit because I want to get a look at the port if possible. But
Gotcha.
until then, I think I'm good. Keeping an eye out as we travel for anything that might be of strategic or tactical interest.
I'm gonna call for an initial strength risk. As you're basically covering a lot of ground really quickly, because to keep up with the monks, because they are trying to get to the town as quickly as possible to get as much to be ahead of Hosho.
Okay.
So fair warning: if you don't get privilege, if I get privilege, you're probably gonna fall behind drastically because they'll just be pushing themselves far harder than you were expecting them to.
Gotcha. I would suggest that you definitely want to roll independently from me on this one, as strength is my weakness.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, cooperative roll works out the same way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was more that I would strongly advise you not abstain from this one.
No, that's right. Yeah, I figure we both
so
have to
that
do
we
it.
have a decent chance of success.
At least one
none
of you
us
needs
is
to
as
do
great
it.
as-
Yeah.
None of us is as great as all of us.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. That gives me a total of 3 dice. Alright, I'll let, well, I guess I'll roll mine first. I'm not wagering anything, because I only have 3 dice to roll.
Yeah.
Hey, I made 10. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you at least have privilege. Although I will highlight, this is why in a cooperative you're not supposed to roll until everyone's decided on their wagers, because now Kenzo can adjust his wagers based on how well you succeeded or not.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
So, okay, strength is 2. If none of us is as great as all of us, we go to 5. I am gonna shoot my shot for my Geary because I'm a general. I know how to push troops and to go on forced marches. So, okay, so that brings me up to 6. I think I'm just going to wager 1 and draw the and roll 5. Where was that earlier?
You have privilege.
Yeah, so we managed to keep up with without any problems. And then for my wager, I will say that in fact, because Massaro knows how to deal with forced marches and to pace oneself during a forced march, we are, and is kind of helping Yako out. We are actually much less fatigued by the experience than the monks themselves are.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm not having to pretend to be a monk anymore.
Yeah. And thus, you arrive at the castle town of Mutsu Province. You can see that this is a castle town that has... this was one of 2 castles that was going to rule over the province, as it was such that the Dache clan was divided and fighting among itself not that long ago, and this is the side that won. So this has the appearance of whereas your castle was a lot more based. Kenzo won the day by cunning and strategic planning. This was a straight fight, a straight throwdown. Let's go! I'm gonna win. Do what I tell you, or else. So this is a castle town that is. It looks like it's recently been embattled, and this is the sort of way castles would look further west. This is not something you see a ton this far north and east, because the heat of the Sengoku Jitai, the Warring State period, is not as prevalent up here. It does happen, it's not like nothing happened up here, but it's not, at this time period, it isn't as embattled. But here in Mutsu, it is apparent that battle has occurred compared to Dewa. That said, though, they have had a couple seasons without war, so they're doing rather well. People are rather excited for the celebrations to come here in this autumn festival. Many religious pilgrims and locals are coming and going. There is a clear military presence, but that's mainly to maintain, ostensibly it would be to maintain order, but these guys look, these guys are not light with the cane, shall we say. They are, if you break a rule, you get the fat end of the Yari baffed over your head. If you talk back to the soldiers, to the Yashiguro, they will not spare you. But as long as you follow the rules, it seems everyone's fine. There's a tension that kind of takes away from some of the jubilation, but people will try to throw themselves into the celebration to kind of not be too caught up in that dangerous air. There's lots of murmurs about Date and the Date clan. But what's to happen, what's to come. There's lots of curious, lots of events going on here. Little stalls being done, little dice houses going on. You will see very obviously there's a garrison here, but you kind of already knew that. Is there anything else to throw at you to make sure you know?
Wait, there's one garrison at the port. Is there another garrison here?
Oh, sorry, I got that backwards. You're right. No, the garrison is not here. The castle is here. So the daimyo's here, and one of the Ashigari units is here. So it's been sent from the garrison to here to maintain it, but not the entirety of it isn't here. Which likely would have been something either the daimyo ordered, but more likely, as you know, the Hatamoto arranged it. They probably left some soldiers here to maintain order and then went off to do whatever it is they're doing. Because they're not here. You know they're at the garrison port. You do see some merchants milling around, some who aren't from Mutsu. You can hear the accent. And the question becomes, what do you two do?
I'll say first we probably grab some rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Agreed. Find an inn and
Yeah.
take some rest.
Or
And
if
some food.
Or if we're sticking with the pilgrims, then the wherever they're staying.
Yeah.
Yep, you're able to stay with them relatively easily. Thankfully, that's already been prearranged. There is a special thing that everyone has to do when they go in. They have to chant mantras. Some of the other monks, because they know, it's kind of become obvious that you guys aren't regular monks because Hosho kind of exposed you. To make sure you get to stay, they tell you, do this mantra. Here's how you do it. Read this. Don't worry. And it's like, that's not breaking the rules. Just say these words, focus on them, and that's enough. That gets us through. And there's a certain level of conspiracy there where they're like, if Hosho was here, technically you would have been, they wouldn't have been allowed to do that, but because he's not here,
And fuck that guy anyway.
Yeah, we don't like him anyway. Yeah, so we'll help you out. So you do have a place to stay without any sort of role or using your own money.
Okay.
With a rest stay, Yako, your injury does go away because you actually have time to sleep it off because it's an injury one. Injury one's pretty easy to get rid of. It was more of a way for him to pick on you if you defied him. Yeah, if you rest the day, for an entire day, it will go away. So I'll take that as you spend a day just resting here for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, at some point I think we, after the rest, go out into the city and just see what we can learn and what we see.
Agreed.
And of course, Kenzo will be, as unobtrusively as possible, noting the defenses of the castle town and the castle as much as he can, anyway.
Opposed cunning. The Omoban is here.
Oh. I'll definitely cooperate with this one.
Okay.
Giri. Name. Respect. Skill.
Respect.
This guy is at 10.
6, 7. I'm at 11.
So, probably spending at
Yeah,
least
me
5.
too.
3, 4, 5.
He's wagering 5?
Mm-hmm.
What was this total dice pool?
10.
10. Okay, so we're wrong about.
I'll wager 4, roll 7.
Oops. What you wagering, Masaru?
I think I'll do the same, 4 and 7.
Yep.
Cool.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, all that gone.
Nice.
Stop being dangerous. You have such big dice pools, guys. Damn it. I random rolled before we started today. I was like, okay, I know what the plot is. Okay, what is he this season? Dangerous. Okay, cool. But anyway. The highest between you was Kenzo, was Masaru, so half of Yeiko's goes away. Sorry, you have privilege.
Okay, so yes, we are able to scout out the city and castle defenses without being noticed
Mm-hmm.
unobtrusively. Okay, so that's the privilege. Let's see. You had noted that this castle definitely showed the signs of having been in a battle or 3. Okay. So repairs to the castle have not been completed.
Okay.
Let's see.
Makes sense. And yet, certain daimyo would have said, no, take that back. That makes no sense. It's like, no, he is a bit mad. He may not have bothered to fix it yet.
Right. Let's see. Because of that, there is an exploitable weakness in the defenses. Not saying that there's just like a clear path necessarily, but they haven't stoned the wall. There's this very temporary thing or something, but there's a weakness there to be exploited.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. While the castle, of course, is walled and all that stuff, the town itself is not.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, repair work is slow in part because basically the daimyo is using forced labor. He's not paying the people. He's they're Shanghaiing peasants or whatever and forcing them this, and they're not particularly enthusiastic about finishing the work in a timely manner, so they're dragging things out because they want to be home farming or whatever. Yeah. Okay, that's me.
Yeiko?
I will add that due to the Lord's madness, what repairs have been completed so far have been haphazard. So the walls are more porous than they normally would be.
Okay.
And I will also add that due to the disrepair of the town, guard patrols are less effective than normal because they have to go around obstacles and dangerous passageways that are still not repaired yet.
Okay. So these things you learn in your patrols of the town, evading the watchful eye of Matsuda Kagehisa, who spies are the ones you're really watching for. Keeping your head down and not taking off the Ashigaru is easy. it's the presence of a rather plain figure who seems to be watching everyone very carefully. The monks go on their their devout administrations and helping with their celebrations. You get the feeling that probably made it a little easier as well. You're not the only threat that the Omoban has to worry about. These monks could be a threat for all they know. There could be spies among them. They're right, they just didn't find the right ones.
And all the other people coming into town.
And all the other people getting into town. And you do see people kind of get whisked away every so often, just disappearing off somewhere into the castle, being pulled into an inn or something like that. But not you two. Not you two. You get the feeling that, combat probably would have started if you guys got caught. But for now, you seem to be fine. And the next leg for the pilgrimage will be to head toward the village that will lead them up into the shrine. I'll tell you for free that no one seems to be making a... That's something that's known about the itinerary. You know that because you guys figured it out from listening to people. I'll tell you for free that people seem to be not terribly enthused. And no one's really like, hey, hurrah, we're doing this cool thing. It's sort of this somber thing that no one wants to bring up. There's a lot of saying things without saying anything. If you get what I mean.
Why? What are they saying without saying?
It's almost as if a wisdom risk is at play. I just realized I have to see if you have privilege on it or not. Good, correct me. I've only established the truth that it is a somber and serious thing.
Okay.
And I can note you can choose not to take this risk, but if you do, you'll lose honor because you guys have a compel to look into secrets. So.
All right.
Yeah. In our clan virtue is wisdom.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so I'm gonna call on my Giri, because this too is information about the province that might potentially come in handy.
Shockingly, I'm gonna say yes.
Clan virtue of wisdom.
Yes.
I think we're going about this, since people seem unwilling to talk about it, devious will kick in because I'm trying to, talk around it to, get the information revealed without the information, without just going, hey, why don't you want to talk about this?
And I think Shrewd will apply for, because I can collect information through observation and inference as well.
I'll take both of you.
If my dog knew my plans?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm at 10.
I'm at 11.
Wagers?
I think I'll do 5 and 5.
I'll roll 5, wager 6. Nice.
Privilege is maintained by Masaru.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out why they don't want to go to the shrine. And we know that asshole priesty boy Asakura has to fix something there. But he hasn't said what, and something that even despite his arrogance and is willing and actually wants help with. But the help he wants is of a religious nature. So, okay. The shrine has been desecrated. Because the daimyo, in a fit of madness, at the end of his war to take over the province, the family, including the former daimyo's wives and concubines, mother and young children, had retreated to the shrine, seeking sanctuary, and the daimyo refused to even give them the opportunity to die an honorable death at their own hands, but sent in his ashigaru to slaughter them outright, and thereby desecrated the shrine with the blood of innocents, particularly the children. So that's how the shrine was desecrated. I don't know if you want me to throw any wagers for that whole big description or not.
I'm going to take that on, as your privilege. You've told the story of why it's a desecrated Shinto shrine.
Okay. So, okay. Desecrated. And importantly, the shrine has not been cleansed and reconsecrated. That is the work that Asakura has to do. It is what is, in theory, angering the kami of the mountains and of the province. Let's see. Let's phrase this as cleansing and reconsecration is not a simple or straightforward task. There's a lot that has to be done in order to accomplish it, just because of the nature of the desecration itself. And then finally, to do what I've spent one on every privilege this game, we managed to tease this information from, the fellow pilgrims, as well as, some of the people in town who maybe, in the sake house, have gotten a little bit into their cups and are a little bit more willing to tell some tales. And, since this is like the festival did arise originally from Shintoism, there is some discussion about the terrible events at the shrine and how these need to be fixed and blah, blah. So we've done this once again without drawing undue attention to ourselves.
Your wagers, Diego?
I will say I get 3, right? Because they're divided by 2. First one, I will say that there is potential unrest to be found within this province over the desecration of the shrine. Like, people are not happy that it was desecrated or that it hasn't yet been reconsecrated. The second one I will note is that the Lord's ire is starting to turn against Shinto adherents within the province. Because some of the Shinto folks are worried that the kami will retaliate for the desecration.
Okay.
And the Lord views that as a challenge to his honor and reputation.
I will let you refine that a bit as well. I've kind of highlighted that Hosho is a Shinto adherent himself, so how does that reconcile?
Yeah.
It can. I'm just wondering how you want to do it.
In that he thinks that what's the word I'm looking for? One moment. He believes that the daimyo, that the kami would be satisfied by his own worship within his castle. They shouldn't care about a shrine as long as they're respected.
Okay. Any last wager?
The last wager would be this matter is a source of strain between the daimyo of this province and his onmyoshi.
Reasonable. Yeah.
So, not that his onmyoshi is disloyal, because he's not. It's just this is a strain point in their relationship.
Mm-hmm. In another day's time, you believe that Hosho is going to arrive and probably get these people underway.
We might want to get going sooner rather than later.
He's going to be looking for you.
Well, he's going to be looking for me over at the Shinto shrine. So
what? How far is the port from the castle town, and what's the traffic like back and forth between them?
It's pretty heavy right now, especially with the festival. There'd be a lot of coming and going. The main road doesn't go that way,
Right.
but it is a well-traveled road because it is the garrison and port. So there's sort of a dirt path that's appeared. It's not terribly far.
Like time-wise, there and back.
Half a day at most.
Okay. Does Masara think he could make that journey and get back before? Or we could go there and just head to the village there, and you could catch up with him. Although, again, we're doing the bit of making it real obvious that you and I are together. Unless you want to stick with the well, he's gonna join. His plan is to join the pilgrims and march to the village and then the shrine.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So yeah, we probably both need to make it there and back if we're gonna do the port. Do I think I could make it to the port and back with a little bit of time to scout things out?
Sounds like a strength risk to do that.
Okay.
Because you'd be, I imagine you'd have to run or fast march to get there and back in a timely manner.
Okay. Well, my strength's not my weakness, so I mean, let's see what I can bring to that if I was going to make that roll. So that's 2. I do think maybe name and Geary come in because this is a military information. Okay, argue for the clan virtue because I'm trying not to blow my cover by doing this.
That's a cunning virtue, not a wisdom virtue. You
Very
could learn
good.
of this through other means.
Okay, fair enough. Then I will put devious on top of that. If my dog knew my plans.
No, I wouldn't say so.
None of us is as great as all of us, because this, particularly I know my brother wants to know about this port.
I'll take it because you are trying to do this so you don't lose track of Yako. You're trying not to get separated from her. Because if you don't do this, you'll take too long. Like I'll probably say as a privilege, oh sure, you get there and you'll learn what you want. You're a whole day behind though.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so that brings me to 10. So I think out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to wager 4 and roll 6. Oof. Glad I took that abundance of caution.
You have privilege.
Yay! So yes, I do manage to make the trip, and get back before Asakura joins up and everybody heads out. And furthermore, I am not completely exhausted because again, I know how to do a forced march.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. So this was just to make the trip, right? And in a timely fashion?
Correct.
Okay, so this is not about anything that I learn there.
That's a wisdom roll for sure.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'm just going to, I think I'll take the last 2 as glory, and I'll just figure out what I can do here.
I do have a suggestion, unless you had something in mind.
No, go ahead. What you got?
I'm willing to say that this footpath looks to be well worn, indicating that the port has been there for a while.
Okay.
But also, it is, you don't see the signs because you've had time to run the thing. So along the path, you've seen that a lot of the trade goods don't show the signs of any southern barbarian goods. It's a lot of domestic stuff. So you get some free information on the run there, because you're gonna see so many wagons going the other way.
That's fair. No evidence. Barbarian goods. Okay. And then I'm going to take the other 2 as glory. Shot down.
So
Okay, now let's see what I can learn, if anything, while I'm at the port. You said that was going to be a wisdom risk?
Yep. I'll tell you for free before you roll is it's going to be I actually am going to say this is going to be an opposed. I'll call it opposed wisdom between you and Saito. You both may have a better. He may have had certain ideas about what this place was going to be like, and you may observe things that he thinks is true, but you actually know the truth otherwise. Like, well, he thinks it's this, it's actually this, or reverse. He knows something that you don't, and and now there's certain things you're going to learn that are true, because we're both deciding what the truth of this town is.
Okay.
Because we're not trying to trick each other. The town either is or isn't.
Right.
So I have to build his pool. It is part of his Geary. Is it part of his name? I don't know about that. Completeness, no. Maru. Yeah, I know.
What's the daimyo's name?
Of Mutsu.
Yeah.
It's
Or who am I?
It would be.
Oh, yeah.
It is Date. His first name.
His name is the name of our province? Goodness. Oh, no, we're Dewa. But
Yeah. Date Masamune. That's the daimyo of this province.
I'm rolling against who?
You're rolling against Saito Kiyomaru,
Oh, the
the Hatamoto.
Hatamoto. Yeah.
Oh, oh, name, yes. This does fall into one of his aspects. The wisdom thing? Wisdom his weakness? Is it really? I'm going to say it is, but I'm going to invoke the blessing of Osho, which basically replaces his weakness with his strength.
Okay.
You can only do that once per season.
Right.
So this guy actually is using his better stats, so he actually gets the full. So he's at 9, I believe. I don't think. Name. Yuri name. Aspect. Yeah, that's right. 9. I'm right.
Okay, I'm at 12.
And due to him being dangerous, he is going to spend a bit too much. 4. Take his risk.
He's rolling 5.
He's rolling 5, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to draw off. I'm going to wager 5 and roll 7. Oop, not great. Ooh,
Better than me. Privilege is yours. You see
Okay.
Garrison Portstown. I'll tell you what he was going to do, and you can correct me on this because you have control of what you're seeing. What's actually the case? This is what he thought was the case. He thought that this port was going to be. He believed it to have a domestic focus, like it's trying to generate a lot of trade and a lot of Goku that way. But it's also trying to keep the doors open for Christians to come in, and so there's some minor conversion, some minor allowance for their influence, but not enough that they're getting a lot of Southern Barbarian goods. But also he is also trying to build up very slowly and quietly a military naval presence. So it's kind of like level 1 is his intention is to make it domestic, and then level 2 and 3 would be he's going to build it into a non-ban port and into a war port. That's what he thinks is happening. What is actually happening?
You call it a what kind of port? A non-ban port?
Southern Barbarian port, yeah.
Okay.
Non-ban's the Japanese for Southern Barbarian. It's not a polite thing to say, but...
Right. Said to believe it have domestic focus, but also open for Christians to come in, but that's been small. Trying to build it into a war port / Southern Barbarian port.
Yeah.
Okay. Okie dokie. So, Um, my privilege is going to be so the Warport, Southern Barbarian Port was kind of his goals going forward once it moved beyond level 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But it's been here for a good while.
Yeah, the port is established. That much is true.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so yes, it does. It does have a domestic focus. The Christians have theoretically been allowed to come in, but they faced a lot of opposition and mixed messages from the daimyo's wind-whipped attitudes. So that's why that's been small. So, I mean, he's right. Domestic focus, door for Christians to come in. And, I mean, his ambitions are his ambitions. So I don't think I can really, because it's not yet a war port or a Southern Barbarian port. That's just kind of his plans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
you can
yeah,
say that he's maybe incorrect. Like, you can you know what's actually going on. He thinks it's this, but you know it's... You could say he's right. It's like, no, he is right on that. Or you can say, he's wrong, and this is what's actually going on.
Okay.
The only truth is that the port is there. You can't say there is no port, because otherwise you wouldn't be doing the role.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, he's right about the first part.
Okay.
The domestic focus, Christians come in, but it's been small, and I just sort of provided the reason for small. Okay. Are we still on my privilege, or do I need to start spending?
You're still on your privilege.
Okay.
You're kind of agreeing or disagreeing with what he thinks is going on. Is kind of where the privilege is. You're deciding whether he's right or not.
Right. So reports of the Barbarian Port. The second half he's not correct on, because it turns out that daimyo's way more interested in the money the port can bring rather than making it a kind of military port.
Mm-hmm.
Far more interested in, like, a fishing fleet, say, instead of a war fleet. And the Southern Barbarian port's not really taking off either, because of the back and forth and the sometimes terrible treatment the Christians have received. The church isn't all that pleased with the atmosphere up here, and honestly, as far as the Portuguese can really suss out, this is kind of a backwater. Really, kind of investing and backing somebody over here is not going to do them a lick of good when it comes to, Oda. I mean, at this point, Takeda Shingen hasn't even risen to be a major figure. So, we're talking like we're the hinterlands. So, yeah, maybe sometime in the future. But, I mean, this is low on the Portuguese priority lists as far as opening up trade. There's nothing getting produced in Mutsu that they can't get more easily and therefore more cheaply in other parts.
So, now you're into your wagers.
Okay, so that's after that. Okay, so yes, definitely a domestic focus, but not making the money that that really should make, because the daimyo in all of his moods enjoys luxury. So a lot of the money the port is generating is flowing right into the daimyo's pockets.
Okay.
This does create some domestic resentment and potential unrest, because it's an active port. It should be, kind of lifting all boats, as it were, but instead it's only lifting the most bejeweled and bedecked boat among them.
Mm.
So a little bit of resentment there. Let's see. Because the daimyo is not particularly interested in making it a naval port, it's not well fortified.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. It is, however, a really well-built, well-designed port, but in the fashion of a trading and fishing port.
Okay.
It's really well designed for that. And then finally, I've managed to discover all this without drawing attention to myself.
Very good.
And if you guys will excuse me for just a second, I need to help bring in the groceries. So BRB.
Very good.
Okay.
I get to pick on Yako. So Yako, well, Masaru's run off. What are you up to? As you have a half day to yourself, more or less. You have your converted spy hanging around here somewhere. There's the monks. You do have an awareness of the enemy Almoban somewhere in the city. And the daimyo is pure, because this is where the celebration is.
So as a question,
Mm-hmm.
does our spy know who I am, I guess?
Only if you want him to. Otherwise, you'd probably be using agents to talk to him.
Okay.
Mind you, you're the one who
That-
captured him. He fought you, so he knows you're at least a shinobi of some kind, because you're the one who fought him in that riverboat fight.
Oh, right. Yeah. And what I will do is, use an agent to contact him and set up a more reliable way for him to report back. Basically putting him in touch with some other agents who know other agents who know of the hidden trail. So it's less likely that his missives will get intercepted.
Oppose cutting with the Almoban to see if you can arrange that without Kakihisa catching wind.
Okay.
I'm at 9 dice because I already know it's a cunning roll, so I know you're leaning into his strength.
I'm gonna invoke my Giri.
Mm-hmm.
6. I will also invoke my shrewd reputation.
Mm-hmm.
And if my dog knew my plans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that puts me at 11.
Gonna go for 4. 4 is my
I will
wager.
also roll. I'll also wager 4, but I'll roll 7 because I have a larger dice pool.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Nice.
Team privilege.
Very nice. All right, so yes, I am able to get the more reliable route set up, so they are less likely to uncover this this double agent's identity.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I will do is plant some false rumors about our clan.
Such as?
So, one of them will be that that we are pursuing an alliance with Ichigo.
Okay.
Another one will be that we're Another false rumor will be that this Shinto are unhappy as we have not um, repaired our shrine, which is, of course, completely untrue, but I'm spreading that rumor just as disinformation.
Yeah, which will confuse the Unmudge because he knows otherwise. It's like, yeah, if the Unmud's hearing the other thing, so he's getting thrown off.
Yeah.
Like, we can't both be right.
I will make a false rumor that that mysterious thefts of our rice continue.
Okay.
And then the final rumor will be that the Onibaman of our clan has been spotted in the village with rice farm recently.
Yeah, which is half true, except you're in disguise and you're not there anymore.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just taking advantage of the situation to spread a few false rumors.
As your rumors and plans get settled, that's when Kenzo Masaru comes racing back as night falls over the city.
Okay.
And it is at that time, Yako, that you get a missive delivered to you by one of your spies from the spy, as they once they realize, like, oh wait, I can give a report right now. And it's like, oh well, give me a report right now. I'll go run it. It will get to Dewa in good time. They'll tell him, just so he doesn't know. And it's like, actually, we know where she is. You're here. Here you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to exchange your information, guys, and have your plan about what you're going to do. Because the longer you're here, the more risk you are at Kagehisa learning that you're here. And deploying the guard to be very violent about getting you out. Or, worse, capturing you and arresting you. But I'll private message Yako with what the missive.
Did you get the stuff I got from the port?
I got some of it. Most of it, I think.
Okay, yeah. Christians aren't really coming because the daimyo's mad and there's repression, and it's just they never know what kind of reception they're going to get. Portuguese not really interested in trading here, partly because of that, partly because it's the hinterlands. Good port for trade and fishing, not for war, not fortified. The wealth from it is flowing to the daimyo, not the province itself, which creates resentment and possible unrest. So what did you learn?
Mainly it was mainly I established more secure communications with a couple of our critical spies, and
Okay.
I also was able to disrupt their intelligence gathering about our province.
Okay, cool. So I take it that Yako feels obligated to continue on to the shrine to help Asakura with re-sanctifying it.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't bolt, which means we're going to have to go on through to the village at least, and I'm not supposed to go farther than the village.
You're allowed to. He just warned you shouldn't. Because you're a samurai. It's like, fair warning, you shouldn't keep going.
Because so he only wants like the religious going into the to the shrine. Am I taking that right?
You are, yes. I'm chuckling because of the note I just sent to Yako.
Okay.
Okay. I will check my messages. They're there.
Which kind of makes sense because it was warrior class
Oh!
who did the deed.
Oh dear.
That doesn't sound good for us.
Out of curiosity, Jim, do I know if this is in line with Shinto tradition? Because I'm pretty sure it's not.
It's more in line with pre-Shinto practices.
Thought so. Yeah, because the idea of shedding blood for in a holy area to try to cleanse it seems very not Shinto. um,
Dare say
yeah,
heretical.
yeah, yeah. We need to stop that guy.
Oh, we have to stop Asakura?
Yes, yes, we do. On
Okay.
humanitarian grounds, at least. I mean, you're not Shinto, so you don't really care about the
Well, I mean, but I'm
accolades here.
not Shinto. I mean, I'm just not religious. I'm just not part of any kind of religious caste. But it's not like I don't have,
That's
you know,
fair.
I don't believe
Yeah.
in the kami, and
So I will say that their Onmyoji seems to be as insane as his relative. That's
it
what I'll
does
say
run
to
in
you.
families. It does run in families.
And that he thinks he can re-sanctify the shrine with human sacrifice. So I think we need to stop him.
Do you think he can be stopped by reason, or must we? Do you think we are going to have to deal with him with steel?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. Um,
Because I mean, I'm willing to risk the wrath of the kami to stop him by going beyond the village, but again, I'm not sure if we're talking about if we're I better do this in character. I'm willing to go beyond the village and risk the wrath of the kami if I'm not particularly pleased with Asakura's manners.
well,
But if we're trying to avoid bloodshed at the shrine, it seems to me that any kind of final confrontation there does not accomplish that purpose.
yes. I understand and agree. Maybe the best approach would be for him to meet with some misadventure before he reaches the shrine.
Well, it's possible, but it will be difficult since he's traveling. He'll be traveling with this pilgrim group. I mean, I can goad him into a duel, I feel certain. doubt that his bullying manner will, that he will leave behind his bullying manner for the journey. I'm sure he'll provide a samurai with plenty of excuses to duel him. I have a suspicion that he is not without warrior prowess, however. And so a duel can become... you might find yourself having to deal with him by yourself if the duel should go other than I would wish.
I have confidence in your ability, should it come to that.
If he should meet with some other more shadowy fate, I honestly would prefer not to know more about it than I must.
I understand.
Because I don't think he could, if you're going to send a ninja or something for him, don't tell me about it.
Yeah.
It is also possible that we could turn the pilgrims against him, and by revealing whatever blasphemy he intends, and perhaps he could beat Calamity at the hands of the righteous. I don't know.
I also don't know.
But it will be a few days' journey to the village, and then beyond that to the shrine. So there will at least be an opportunity to potentially test him to see if he is amenable to reason rather than more final measure.
No specific warning, but I'll highlight to you that there are many paths to dishonor here. Be careful. Mind you, doing nothing would get you in trouble too, because you'd be letting a bunch of innocent people die, which is also dishonorable. So you're kind of in a very weird spot. So I just thought I'd highlight that to you.
Yeah.
But I am perfectly willing to duel this man, and I have no doubt that one way or another he will prick the bounds of propriety and honor enough to justify such a challenge. I mean, okay, I say that, but the player needs some information here.
Mm-hmm.
A samurai challenging the Onmyoji, this guy, to a duel, acceptable or not so much?
Bad luck. It's not necessarily dishonorable, it's just not considered a good idea. Because he might have a blessing that you don't know about, or maybe the kami will curse you. But honor-wise, he's a samurai, so okay. he's Bushi class, so he's fighting is part of it. But most people aren't keen on fighting priests.
Definitely blessing, but the blessing is a danger. But also if I'm fighting on the side of the kami here, not really worried about that if what he's doing is heretical and blasphemous.
Although we know on a meta level, in world, most people would be like, is that a great idea? Is it dishonorable? No, I'm just scared for your soul and stuff, dude. It's like, well, not dude, but you know what I mean, right? Whereas like, but we know meta wise, you both spent your blessing. He used his, you used yours. Oh, he would have another one. So he does have one. Oh no, he doesn't, because Buddhist shrine doesn't give blessing. He has meditation.
Oh, he has meditation points, which we also have.
Yeah. So the worst you worry about is him firing his meditation at you, but you have the same. So you're magically, as it were, you're on the same keel. But
okay.
But propriety wise, it was not unheard of for people to fight priests. They didn't have the same Western European protection.
Right.
It just it was more of a So you could challenge him to duel. Whether he accepts it or not, that's a different thing. Because duels are
Oh, yeah.
are mutual.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I would say he could, in theory, get away with it, but he would probably lose honor anyway because he's Bushi. But he could get away with just saying no because he's Onmyoji.
Yeah, but then I can needle him.
Yeah, you might try to goad him into it. Yeah. What's your plan, samurai?
So my question would be, how dishonorable would it be for us to essentially assassinate this guy in his sleep?
Dishonorable. You're murdering a person in their sleep.
Okay.
But you're avoiding the dishonor of letting innocent people die, so...
Yeah.
It's 3 honor either way.
Right. I mean, that's kind of why I was suggesting the duel, because
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like that's a loss of honor, particularly if he's done something to kind of warrant it. But
yeah, and if your approach fails, I can always try other approaches.
right, right. I mean, for all we know, he's like he's got a Geary 6 or something. I'm about to get my ass handed to me.
Yeah. Speaking
Here's a Geary 1. I'll tell you that for free.
euphemistically, anyways.
Right.
There is someone who
Alright.
has as much. I basically had these guys. I'll let you peer behind the blind a bit. I have basically made these guys match the amount of holdings that you guys have and the amount of Geary. So someone here has a Geary of 2. You just haven't run into them yet.
Okay.
And it's not the daimyo because daimyo Geary is from provinces. You know his
Right.
Geary. You know the daimyo's Geary is 1. Somebody out here has 2. He is due to come in the morning to gather everyone up, so you can wait out the night and join up his group, challenge him here in the city, or wait to challenge him when he leaves.
I think we probably want to challenge him on the road, because I imagine there will be backlash from killing the daimyo's relative. And therefore we want to be further away from a settlement, if and when that happens, so that we can make haste to escape.
Yeah, so somewhere between the castle town and the village.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm willing to go for the guy.
So you wait for him to arrive.
Mhm.
So the pilgrimage rejoins. The festivities go on. Various martial competitions occur that you really can't take part in because it would out you pretty quickly. Date Masamune cleans house pretty handedly. Some people get fatally injured and killed, much to some people's delight and to other people's horror. And it looks like the samurai of the Date clan are currently on a rather high, on riding the high, and there are people who are not quite as cunning as you being disappeared into shadow. But your spy doesn't get caught because Yaeko made sure to touch base with them and give him a bit of a heads up. Eventually the pilgrimage will go on. You joining it up will not be too hard, but one thing you notice is that you're being joined with a group of Ashigaru
Ah, crap.
that are ostensibly making sure the pilgrims are guarded because we're going into more untamed territory.
All right.
I will note neither the Hatamoto or the Elmoban go along with this journey. It's almost like they don't want to be anywhere near this.
Yeah. Can't imagine why.
Yeah, it's a slow march because it's a lot of pilgrims and soldiers. and it's on a road to a village. I mean, it's to a village, but it's like this village is not the most important. Actually, one thing you'll learn for free actually is that one thing that. Oh no, never mind. It's not that village. Sorry, I was gonna say that village had something. It had another holding in it, but that's not the one that has the holding. It's a different one. So there are people there. And there are some 30 Ashigaru walking along with your train, which isn't a lot. Really. Like, that's a small unit of guys, mainly just to keep, in theory, it's to keep bandits from bothering people. It's a guard. A squad of guys with Yari. So, do you confront him on the road? Or do you wait till he gets to the village? Or do you perhaps try to do something else, like run for your lives? Or any other number of things. I will note Hosho doesn't bother with you guys. He's more concerned about getting where you're going. He's not really paying attention to whether you two have rejoined the number or not. And if he does see you, at most, he'd see Masaru, well, you know, his alias. It's like, oh, he's here. Okay. He's fine with you going to the village because he told you if you wanted to go along, you could. And, oh, there's that girl he said was going to come up with him on the mountain. Okay, well, that's normal. He's not focused on bullying people right now. It seems like he's saving his bullying energy for later.
All right.
Meanwhile, the pilgrimage is blissfully unaware. A little perturbed by the armed guard, but whatever. That's not the first time they've got an unarmed guard before.
Yeah. So yeah, Kenzo, do you want to see if you can engineer some provocation for him to challenge?
Yeah, I was hoping it'd work out where I could challenge him. Do you want to maybe ask him, you know, what exactly it is that that you're going to be doing at the shrine, and kind of press him on that? I mean, maybe if we can. See, I'm hoping that maybe it works out where, if I'm in a position where he's challenged, you know, then we're a little bit safer. Because, I mean, in theory, instead of challenging me, if I piss him off, he can just stick the Ashigaru on me. But if it's a position where I decide to challenge him, then, you know, the Ashigaru, you know, if he does that, he loses major honor, which he still might do. But do you want to try and talk him down off a ledge first, or?
Yeah, let's give it a go. I'll see if I can talk him down.
And I'll kind of hover within earshot.
And hey, if I tick him off enough to do something dishonorable, I'll give you an excuse to challenge him.
Exactly.
What is it, woman? What do you want?
Um,
Can't you see how busy I am?
I am wondering how you intend to reconsecrate the shrine.
In matters ancient and sacred. In ways that will be far more thorough than you might be used to up in Dewa. But it will work. Oh, it will work. Are you familiar with the ancient ways, woman?
To what ancient ways do you refer?
I'm not sure one of your material life should weigh your spirit down. But it is a path of purity that requires much loss. The mountains ask for high prices, as any great master would. To say further, I'm not sure I should tell someone of your lack of training. But I will teach you when we get there. You will know what to do when you are told. I will not ask you to do something you're unfamiliar with. I will give you a courage risk to just straight up push him to answer you, because he's ducking around it. But you get the feeling he's not. He's actually being somewhat harmonious with you. He's trying to be nice. Well,
Okay.
he thinks he's being nice, but you know.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm being harmonious. I'm answering you. It's like, well, no, I want you to just tell me though.
Yeah.
This will not be opposed, because right now he thinks you're compliant. He has no reason to be mad to hide this from you. He's trying not to tell you this. He doesn't think it's good for you to know.
Okay.
Isn't he so nice? Oh, he's so helpful. Such a nice guy.
Huh. Surely I could be more prepared if you start the instruction now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna invoke if my dog knew my plans because I'm trying to
Yeah.
uncover a sequence secret here. I don't think my Giri applies in this case because I don't see this related to intelligence or counterintelligence. But yeah, that gives me a pool of 6. I don't think I'll wager anything. I'm just gonna roll a flat 6. Because this is an important roll, I think. Cool.
Privilege is yours. Does he tell you?
I will say yes.
He will wave you a bit closer.
I'll lead in.
Waves you a bit closer.
I'll approach.
Waves you even closer. And now it's getting
Okay.
like really into personal space.
Yeah. I will look a bit uncomfortable, but approach as close as he is indicating.
He mutters very quietly. If we go the way of newer priests, it will be many seasons, if not years, for the shrine to come back. But there are powers older than even the shogunate, older than the first Shinto temple, where we can look to the yokai, feed them with the flesh and blood of the sacred. And by their power, they shall be appeased
This
and
guy's
brought
getting
to heel.
Bakemono shit.
Huh?
This guy's getting into some Bakemono shit.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the Oni.
Yeah, that's this guy's brilliant idea.
Does can I rely on Yiko's spiritualism to try to make a religious counter argument here? Of would not bathing a pure place such as a shrine in blood only desecrate it further? I'm trying to reason with this guy.
the desecration would only remain until the price is paid, and then it shall be washed away by the power of the yokai
Who's he
Bakemono.
planning to kill?
And that's when you realize he has intentions to basically use all these priests, all these monks, and all the pilgrims. That's why all the guards are here. You get the feeling, Yako, that the path you're trying to suggest counters a truth about Hosho. Hosho believes this is how he is not a Shinto priest. He has the trappings of it, but he is a priest of a different, older sect, a much more bloodier path. As you can smell the various herbs and unguents and things upon him. He thinks what he's doing is the correct thing to do.
Would you not risk creating angry ghosts with us?
Yuri.
There's a risk, but shall be my duty to rebuke them and control them. And he motions to the various talismans he has at his hip, which talismans usually are used for like sealing a place or purifying a place or giving someone good luck. These things are more seeing them up close. He even actually like shows them to you, like he's almost like he's bragging. You may not be in on Myoji, but you know enough to read things like control, binding, things like that. He believes that he can capture them. Whether that's actually a thing, that's beyond. We haven't really answered that question, but that's what he thinks he's doing. He doesn't need to control the demons. He doesn't need to keep the demons away. He just needs to control them. You can see a happy glee in his eyes. You get the feeling he's never got to do this before. Like, this is the opportunity of a lifetime for him. Because how often do you get a bunch of people to walk up to a desecrated shrine in a secluded part of the wood, of the mountains? That is to say, mechanically, beauty can't be a path for this, because the truth is, harmoniously, he thinks he's doing the correct thing.
I'm gonna ask for a courage test, to speak my revulsion at this idea and provoke him into openly dishonorable conduct. Like, I will say what you are proposing is murder. And the slaughter of innocents.
You'll have privilege if you get this. Yeah, it will be opposed. Yeah, we'll work it that way. I was going to say more, but that's me pushing too much of my privilege. I don't get to do that unless I get the roll. So, and you already know what the consequences are, so highlighting that doesn't help. Courage-wise, I have to build my pool. It's not the same as his other rolls, because courage is a thing he has. It's not his strongest thing, is it? Wisdom is his biggest thing. His next thing is that. His Giri, his aspect,
Decent
his
amount
skill,
of courage.
his prediction that someone was going to try to stop him came true, so he gets 1.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a charm for this, because he wouldn't have thought to use it for this. Besides, that just gives a free wager anyway. He has 8.
Okay. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna try to invoke my reputation of shrewd here in that I'm trying to manipulate him into showing his hand before he's ready to.
I see what you're saying. Yep.
Okay, that's good. I will also invoke None of Us is as great as all of us because I'm trying to get him to play into Kenzo's hand.
Yeah.
Okay, that brings me to 8. Do I have to choose my wagers before he does?
We're both at 8.
Yeah.
He will do at least 3. And actually, the way it works with wagers, we both, when we put down wagers, we can choose, when we're fighting like this, we can change, but until we roll dice, until either side rolls dice, the wagers can be moved around. We can say, but you have to say it. Like if I say he's putting down 3, if you're saying I'm putting down none, then, well, you know what it is, but he can move it around. Once you've rolled, it locks in. The only way that changes is when it's duels, because duels force wagers. I don't get to choose a wager, you're making me wager.
Gotcha. I will wager 2.
2. There's no reason for him to change his wagers.
Okay.
Well, there is, but dangerous makes him want to push harder.
I'm gonna invoke my last use of lucky to reroll one of those d6s.
Yep.
Alright, so I get 23 instead of 19. Whew, good thing I did.
Yeah.
You have privilege.
Alright.
You courageously step up to him. You denounce him, and
I will say he reacts with rage. Swinging his stick at me.
strike. But
Ow.
you have wager. He's initiating a fight, sadly. But
yeah,
you do have wagers.
Yeah. So yes. Wager number 1, I will say, because Yeiko was expecting an angry reaction, she's better able to avoid his first attempt at hitting her.
So you're actually on guard.
Yeah.
So no, there's no surprise. You're acting like it's a surprise. It's like, no, I knew he was going to do. I'm trying to get him to do this.
Yeah. My second thing is that I will say this occurs in public, so there are witnesses.
Okay, which also means because you forced him to do this, his Ashigaru are not in position to help him fight you right now. He's just straight up trying to hit you.
Yep.
No, we're gonna keep it there. We have a prowess off. There is no +2 for him. Because you're not surprised. You do get the roll back because he is because you knew it was coming.
Yeah.
So it's a straight prowess off. I've calculated prowess. It's not as geary to do what he's doing. But he has his skill. He has his aspect, because he's a cruel person. His staff's actually well made.
Oh dear. It's gonna go badly for me.
I believe it's 7. I'm gonna recalculate. Yeah. It's 7, and he will have a free wager due to one of his charms.
Okay.
So
I'll
mark that's a special wager.
Can I invoke the aspect of none of us is as great as all of us?
Because you're trying to give Masaru an opening, yeah.
Yeah. Alright. It gives me 5. Alright,
And how are you fighting back? Are you grabbing out your knife to fight back at him, or are you just kind of blocking the attack and trying to... Like you're using your unarmed fighting to kind of save yourself from his staff?
I'm gonna mainly try to use unarmed fighting here.
So
I don't necessarily want to reveal that I'm Bushi openly yet.
I'll also note that one of the things wagers can do is do higher level injuries. So if you were to if you wanted to deal someone a level 5 injury, you'd need 5 wagers to do it. If you want to kill someone, you'd need 6.
Okay.
To break his staff, as a note, you need at least 2 wagers, because it's not a baseline staff. It's actually a well-made staff, because they have a blacksmith, so he actually has a quality 1 staff.
Gotcha.
What's your dice pool?
And if I win, I just get basic privilege. So on the roll.
You get basic privilege, so you could decide not to get hurt, or you can do with just basic privilege. You can deal him a level 1 injury. Basically, you bruise him somewhere.
Okay. In that case, I'm not wagering anything. I just want to largely devote my attention to not getting hurt.
What's your dice pool again?
5.
5. He is going to spend 1, 2, 3 on top of his free wager.
Oh dear. Okay.
So he's rolling 4.
Cool. Here we go. Yes.
Ah, nice.
Oh
my God.
Oh, you stupid buddy. Why couldn't you guys have anything other than dangerous? Anyway. So yeah, you have privilege. Yeah. What happens?
With my privilege, I will say that Yeiko successfully ducks just in time to avoid his stick as it swings at the level that it would have given her a really nasty blow to the temple if it had connected.
Are you going to injure him back, or are you just straight up avoiding the hit? You don't have to hurt him, but you can choose to right now.
I will not try to hurt him right now. I'm trying to make him look bad, so I'm trying to make myself look like he's attacking a pacifist. And somebody who's not a threat to him.
So, when you just like called him out and challenged him for what his plans were you doing that out loud in front of everybody, like at a volume where you would hear?
I spent a wager on that specifically to say that we have an audience. This is happening publicly.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So Masaru will go on guard and say, "You cowardly, cast-off bastard! You dishonor yourself. You dishonor the kami. You dishonor your clan, and you are nothing but filth under my boots, attacking an unarmed woman." I'm on guard.
There's no way he can let that go.
Yeah.
I wish, and I will say from the narrator point of view, you idiot. Wait a second for the 30 armed guards who can help you murder this guy. No, you just have to be all mad because some lady told you off to your face, and then this guy called you names. You could have waited like 5 minutes. You didn't have to strike right now. But he's dangerous, so he's just gonna go for it because a staff fighter versus a guy with katana, and he knows you're a samurai. This is a dumb idea on his part. God, this idiot. But good strategy on your part, though. That there was no way he wasn't going to try to swing at you now.
Not a duel. This just is a straight up strike.
Yeah. He used his charm array. I don't think I get to use that charm multiple times. I think it just fires per mission. Charms, by the way, are an Unmyoji thing, so you kind of, and I think his prediction doesn't go off again, so he doesn't get the double. He doesn't get the dip twice into that pool. The pool's actually smaller now because he wasted it on Yako.
Yay.
Only good for one adventure, then they are gone, and the prediction went off for a particular risk, so that those have already gone, so he just has his Geary, not his Geary, he has his name, I forgot, no, that's my fault. His name, his aspect, and his actual skill, so I think it's just 7, no bonus wagers. So he should have been rolling 9 on you, Yako. I screwed up, but oh well. He would have pulled his dice pool down anyway. He just would have had more wagers. He's at 7. What's your dice pool there, Kenzo?
Okie dokie. There's so prowess. I'm gonna call on my name Victory.
Mhm.
Hatamoto. So that's 5. Let's see. This clan virtue doesn't really apply here. I'm going to try and sell you on Devious that I'm going to.
Oh,
appear
hell
to-
yeah. This is a
Okay.
sneaky thing you pulled off. Not dishonorable, but damn is this a sneaky reason to
Okay.
get a free shot at an honorable swing at him.
All right.
Nice.
None of us is as great as all of us because we are trying to accomplish the same thing here,
Mhm,
Yako and I.
Go team.
Yeah. Go team, kill this guy, I guess.
Because the honorable path for him would be just to let this, to not swing at Yako. Just let it go, dude. There's a way to do this, and they're punishing you for your own foolishness.
Okay, so I'm at 10.
He's gonna throw down 2 wagers. Of course he is.
So how do you said the wagers and stuff can change in a strike, or?
Well, basically, until one of us rolls our dice, the wagers are. We can always, like, you see me put down 2. You can
Right.
decide to put down 2 or more. But once one of us
Okay.
says, "Okay, I'm rolling," and then it's like, "Well, we're rolling." And once it's rolled, it's like the wagers get locked in because the wager point is already come and gone.
Okay, I am going to put down 3 to roll 7.
There's no reason for him to spend more.
Okay, I'm rolling.
You have katana. You have privilege.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just like with one beautifully executed stroke, take his head from his shoulders. The blood from the spray from his neck patterns the snow in such a way as to create kanji that one of the Shinto, one of the priests, more than one of the priests, the blood spratters and it falls on the snow in a sequence of kanji. Several of the pilgrims recognize the kanji as spelling out what would be good? Spelling out I don't know. Would blessing be good, or maybe
You can be more
righteousness?
generic and say it's something ominous or something like that, because there may be some saying.
Yeah, the kanji spell out something that seems to indicate that the kami bless the killing as righteous.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Okay.
So propitious, and then finally revealed in the afternoon sunlight as I flick the blood from my blade, and turn to stare at the Ashigaru in case they want to do anything. They are taken aback by my the fierceness of my mane.
So at least one person's gonna back off because of that. Just because that person's just not gonna fight you. They don't want to any part of that. It's dishonorable for them, but that's their problem. At present, you're looking at a bunch of Yomimushi who are going to, that is to say, people who you can kill by just saying strike. I kill them, and you kill a certain amount of equal to your prowess. After that, so you have a couple options. You can either, I will say, because of this, the pilgrimage is stirred to religious fervor and zealotry. They're probably going to start fighting these guys if they attack you. If nothing else, to buy you time to get away or to help fight people. So that will affect the number of the Ashigaru who are going to come after you. You can stand and fight and try to fight them all, either by killing them or knocking them out. Or you can try to run away. Now, the risk of fighting them is that you basically get to kill a bunch of them just for free, and then it's mass murder time because now a bunch of people are now attacking.
Right.
So, and then after that, you really want to win those rolls, because if I win any of that, they won't instantly kill you because they're not using katana, they're using yari, which don't have that power, and they're Yamabushi, they're goons.
But they'll be dogpiling me.
They'll dogpile, and the more wagers I get, at minimum, I can do at least a level 2 injury, if I win at all. And if I have extra wagers, they'll start baffing into you and doing extra damage to you guys.
Right,
but they won't be able to attack both of you for the same amount. I have to spend turns, but I have turns equal to the amount of people who are here. So math-wise, you'll be able to. So I don't know if you want to fight these guys or you want to run away. Or
is there an opportunity to shout them down, or to, to try and get them to back the fuck off because of the righteousness of everything?
They saw a samurai of their clan get murdered.
Yeah, he attacked another samurai. It happens.
Yeah. But I don't think you'd be able to shout down 29 people to back up. If it was like 6 guys, you might be able to scare them off, but they make the mistake. They can make the mistake that they can outnumber you. The other mistake they're making is they think they can get you for free. They can't. The monks will reduce their number just by getting in the way, which either makes it easier for you to fight them or it gives you an opportunity to run away.
So I'm assuming running away would be an honor loss.
It would be, yeah, in a samurai sense, because you'd be fleeing from a battle, even though it's a losing battle. But, Although, I will give you an honor for saving all those people. Because holy crap, this guy was going to murder a bunch of people and you stopped him. That will not happen now because of what you did. So,
yay, go us.
Good job saving. Because I wrote in his notes, I was like, oh god, I'm going to make this guy as evil as possible and see what you do about it.
So, okay, and of course, if we run away, we're leaving these people to get slaughtered by the guards.
They'll get in the way, but they won't kill them all, because some of them will get away, and then it will be known what happened here. Mm-hmm. So they'll beat up some people and knock them out, but they won't kill them. They have to kill. If they go home and say, oh, we just let him go because he shouted at us, they're all dead. Dante's gonna have them hung by their toes.
That's and they're also operating on the dangerous tag.
Yep.
So they've got to press it. So.
Yep. They shouldn't. Like any other mode, I might go, you know what, guys, leave it alone. It's not worth it. It's like, no, dangerous. We have to try. We have to throw ourselves at them.
So one guy's not going to mess. So we got 29. And we get the one round where between the two of us, we could kill 3 of them just by saying, I killed them, because I'm rank 1 and you're rank 2.
It's equal to your
It's
prowess.
prowess.
Oh, okay.
So we could kill 5 if your prowess is 3.
Yes, my prowess is 3. And then it goes into mass murder, which I haven't read since I first read the game.
Basically, everyone gets to. Actually, let's look it up because it's worth knowing what you're in for. This is
Mass
why.
murder.
Yeah. And by the way, for those listening to this and watching this, that's what it's called in the book. That's what it is when you have more than 2 people fighting each other. That is the mechanical wording for it.
Yeah, it's what's that game? The game Jim, you like playing it Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, how you
Yeah.
can just like mow through the peasants.
Yeah. All players who want to be involved gather dice if they're preparing for a strike. All the players announce how many they have. I will say these guys won't be having as much dice because they're just Yomoboshi. They're not going to have a bunch of stuff like the other guys have. So you're not looking at 8 dice per guy. On a count of 3, each player points at who they want to strike. In this case, I have to decide who they're striking. In this case, it's a little weird, but strike. Everyone sets aside wagers secretly, and rolls. The one who rolls highest has initiative and privilege. He may declare his strikes first. No player lose any wagers for not gaining privilege in mass murder, so long as he rolls 10 or higher. All players keep all wagers made. In the event of a tie, strikes occur simultaneously. So there's no reroll here. Got it. During this, the samurai may strike one opponent. Then the player who rolled the next highest may declare a strike. This continues till all samurai involved have made a strike. Then go back to the first player. He may make an additional strike. Each wager he made makes him allowed. So everyone swings once if they got 10 or more. For each wager you have, you get to hit another person. The difference is between you and me is that when I hit, I do injury 2. But the thing is, even if I go injury 2, haha, I can't reduce your dice pool because we've all rolled at the same time. That's for later problems. If I get, if I'm able to get, if at least 3 people hit you, you're dead. Because there'll be 3 people who've done 2 injury, 2 injury, 2 injury, and that puts you over.
Right.
What saves you from that is if you call out your Ashigaru benefit and one of your guardsmen jumps into the way to save you. Like they were hiding among the... One can presume that there was some guy with you who was helping you out, and he's going to save you. That can't save Yeiko, though, because that's a bodyguard ability.
Right.
So I would roll for all the guys that are remaining, and then if they have 10 or more, they will strike, and they're most likely going to strike either you or Yeiko rather than the priests, because I'm mechanically going to hand wave that the priests and a number of the Ashigaru are going to have their own private battle that is irrelevant to you. That's not your problem. Every time you strike, though, every time I strike you, I hurt you a little bit. I have to win 3 times to actually drop you. If you hit somebody, they just die because you have a katana.
Right.
If Yeiko hits somebody, you'll need to hit people with your knife if you want them to die. Otherwise, you're just doing injury 1, and that's not enough to drop anybody.
That's
if
fair.
You're just punching them.
In this case, I would definitely be striking with my knife because the numbers are against us. So.
Yeah. And there's no surprise here because you see these guys running at you. You have so much time you can even think about whether you even want to fight them. It's like, we have all the time in the world to think about this. Unfortunately, that means there's no surprise on their part because they see a dead body lying in the snow.
Well, and if I'm reading this right, it looks like like you only get the 1 roll.
Yep.
And then you go down from highest to lowest and you just hit somebody, and whatever damage you do is whatever damage you do.
Mm-hmm.
Although if my interpretation is correct, every time we strike, we hit a number, like we take their number down by an amount equal to our prowess.
Because you're Yamaboshi, you're running through their crowd, so it is possible to win this. It's very risky that you can get killed here.
All right.
W-
So what do
Okay.
you think?
Well, and it also looks like okay, it says both the Ashigaru and guardsmen count as samurai during mass murder. They roll a number of dice equal to their commander's prowess plus their rank. So does that mean these guys are going to be rolling Sato's
Yep. They'd be rolling his
prowess plus their rank plus 1, I would guess? Yeah.
Yeah. So they'd be rolling. Be like. High number? 4?
Yeah, 4 is the highest, and then plus their rank.
4, so 6.
Oof. That's going to be pretty easy for them to make 10s. But I don't know. It might be that this is where we take the honor loss and just make our escape to get back with the intelligence we need. Because, I mean, more than one of them is going to hit a 10 with their rolling 6 dice.
Yeah.
Unless they wager more than they should.
Which
They are on dangerous.
Yeah,
Right.
they will overspend a little bit, which is kind of bad because that also means they won't be doing just 2 injury; they'll be doing 3 or 4 injury.
Right.
Right.
See, and that's the thing. It's not like each roll is contested.
Yeah.
It's all just, you go down the line. So we may kill 5 and say the monks tie up 10. So that's 15s, but that still leaves an easy 10-ish who are perfectly capable of wiping us out.
Every time we wager, we knock them down. Like so for you, if you were to wager 3, then on your turn you would get to strike 3 times.
No, everyone takes a turn. Everyone does their first swing, and then if there's anyone still standing with extra wagers, those wagers fire, and then if there's anyone left with 2 wagers, the one with 3 wagers.
Okay, never mind.
So my extra wagers actually wouldn't be could be to extra damage, but really you'd either do extra damage or you'd hang on to it so you're in the following rounds of combat.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'd say we probably want to run here.
Yeah,
if there was 15 or fewer, I'd say we could probably
Yeah.
take them, but
I just think the numbers here are way against us.
agreed.
I hate it, but
Yeah.
but the flip side is we've earned so much honor that it's not going to kill us to take the loss.
Yeah, I will say you'll only lose 3 because you're not going to lose 6. You're just going to lose 3 because the 2
Right.
of you did something dishonorable, sort of thing. Because it's a pool, it's a group pool thing.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, this is me being happy I didn't take the reputation of honorable.
But it's 4,
yeah.
I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I think I honestly think we could both die here really quickly if they're rolling 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to warn you. It's like, before I get you into this, you do have an out here.
Yeah. So
And I will
And
say,
I think
cutting because you cut the way you guys did this is why you can get away the way you did, because you got the monks on your side. That made this route possible.
yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping for. Even though and I do kind of love the blood splatter spelling out kanji.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think as well that
Also, be glad you didn't try to kill him in the city. Holy crap, that would have been so bad for you.
Oh yeah.
yeah. I think we've probably done enough to satisfy our compel from our even a thief must learn his trade
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So we've stopped the mass slaughter.
Okay. So yeah, I say in the confusion we leg it.
Yeah, I agree.
The Ashigar try.
Um, Other question for Jan before we decide where we're legging it to would be: did his demise absolve my Yuri to help him restore the shrine?
Yeah, he's dead. You can't hold your
Good.
Giri to a dead man.
Perfect.
At some
All
point,
right.
you'll want to help save that shrine, but that instead of being a short-term Giri, it's now a long-term Giri. So at some point, you're going to need to do something about that.
Fair enough.
Okay.
You also, at some
Right.
point, should say hi to your parents and give them gifts every year. You know,
Call your mother.
some Giri are easier to keep up than others. Just like, yeah. But anyway, yes. You're not on Giri Death Clock anymore.
Okay, good.
You guys
Yeah,
flee to Dewa.
Yeah, in the confusion of the battle, we leg it.
Yeah. So as the as you guys try to charge after you, the monks start chanting and start moving in their way, and then the Ashgar have this very uncomfortable moment of like, we don't want to just murder a bunch of people out here because it may be dangerous. And they do get into a fight with some of these monks, but these people aren't willing to murder priests. Because like I said before, it's not like it's dishonorable to kill them. It's not good luck to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
And especially given the festivities and everything, they were already on a dark path to begin with. They already knew they were doing some crazy thing the emoji was ordering them to do. And for some reason, Hatamoto wasn't telling them to stop. That's creepy enough. But, there's a lot of bruises, a lot of broken bones, a lot of people being hauled off to jail, but no one gets killed that day.
Edward gets
maybe
out.
one or two people get killed because of the violence of the era, but a lot more people survive than would have if you'd gone up that mountain, if you'd let them go up that mountain. Now, I will actually say as well, you guys could flee to Dewa, or you can actually redirect Ichiko and try to be there, try to help out your fellow samurai who may be having his own issues out there, because you know he's going off to Ichigo to do something. Cough, cough. The reason why you guys can help him out next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll finish up Ichigo next week because I won't be here the next.
Yeah. So you could probably be heading off to Dewa, and Yeiko is going off that way.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to Ichigo because I will be here next week. So,
Oh, okay. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it should be a single session thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, let's do that.
All right. So lose 3 honor because you fled from the field of battle, even though it's like, well, it was a losing battle, yes, but you did run away. But hey, given all that, being an 8 honor for saving a bunch of people, I don't think that's such a bad deal. Honestly, this was definitely an episode of try not to lose honor, because you guys were walking the wire pretty darn close.
Yeah.
I'll note to you. Also, sorry, I got pinged. You with that right now? Oh, it's that. Okay, good. So war score is going to tick up because one of their samurai got murdered, and it will be you guys who ultimately were the ones who did it. It will take time to figure that out, but by the time it's figured out, you're already long gone, so it won't matter. But yeah, the war score goes up by I think it's the Giri of the guy you killed. Hold on. So duels are one thing. Failed espionage, you didn't fail. No gifts. Insulted the owner of another clan. Yep.
Yep.
You killed one of their samurai. You murdered one of them. Cough. That's equal to his Giri rank. Thankfully, there's only one. So your war score is going to tick up by 2. Let's duck over to Dewa real quick to look at the war score. Yeah, the Dante war score was 2. Is now 4 from that mission.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we were planning to go to war against them anyway.
But, ooh boy, that was a hairy episode. Very hairy episode. But we got through it. So, all that's left to say is, esteemed guests, beloved patrons, and wandering tourists all, it seems we've reached the end of our story for tonight. Just as the sun sets and the snow falls, so too must every tale find its pause, even if the journey isn't quite finished. But fear not, for the path ahead is still long, and our samurai heroes have much more to face, whether it be steel, frost, fate itself. I hope you've enjoyed this small slice of our tale, and that you'll return once more to see what becomes of these brave souls in the frozen north. Will their blades cut through destiny, or will they be buried beneath the weight of duty? Only time will tell. But for now, let us rest, just as every samurai must at the end of a long day. Until we meet again, may your heart be warm, your spirit strong, and your tea hot. Thank you for joining me, and remember, no story is ever truly over until it is forgotten. Let's keep these tales alive together. Good night, and see you next time. Bye. Hey, mission accomplished at least.
Oh,
We learned of at least 3 of their holdings, so, and got
Yeah.
one of their major. You got their Onmyoji down, which,
Yeah.
you know, righteousness aside, is still a good thing. That's one less samurai they have on their side.
Well, we learned, let's see, blacksmith,